Alright, gamers. Let's get right back into it. Yeah? Sure? Sound good to everybody? Sounds good to this guy right here. Gamers! How are we doing? How are we doing? What's good? How are we looking? How are we feeling? How are we smelling? I know you fucks need a shower, but how are we drinking? Let me tell you, special guest White Monster will help me doing real good today, god damn it. Oh, we go again, god damn it. Back around the bend. Back around the freaking bend. Ain't we? Ain't we? Oh, I shower every day and night, unlike a streamer I know. Hey man, this is fresh out the shower hair. Well, not fresh, you know what I mean. I did start stream a teensy-weensy little bit late, and I promise I have a good reason for that, and as a matter of fact, it's something we're gonna hop into right away. I said let's get right back into it, shall we? And I gotta be honest with you, that's a fucking lie, because I have another plan. I spent, literally, I decided I was gonna do this like an hour ago, so it's definitely, like, not what I would consider my best work, but if y'all give me a moment to maneuver some things around here. Folks, we're doing something interesting, and I hope, and I want to make a video out of this part specifically, so I hope I could just one-shot this and be done with it, you know what I mean? Let me give myself a little bit of time to let the song play out. Mentally prep myself. Mentally prep all of you for what's about to happen. Trust me, it's so big, it's so wonderful. It's so glorious! It's the greatest thing you'll ever see in your life. I talked about it a little bit last time. I have a favorite Toho song of all time. I got one. I have one. I was talking a little bit about favorites. And I think something about Toho came up last time I was talking. And I got one. So, what I'm hoping to do is make a video out of this specifically. So I'm gonna give, like, a cheesy fucking intro. I want to let the song play out and give myself some time to, like, hype it up. And if I gotta re-record this again, do it some other time, remake the slideshow before I'm pleased with the product. We'll see. But the next time I do this won't be filmed in front of a live studio audience, so if you do see this, you'll have already known what's happened. That's why it's lucky to be here right when the stream starts, and you like, and you subscribe, and you tell like 50,000 random strangers on the internet that you hate AI slop and you should watch this guy's stream instead, right? Right? The fuck is a Toho? Oh boy. Well, that's great, because this is going to be educational as well, so that's perfect. That's a perfect level of knowledge to have. All right, lock in. We got this. I'm just gonna one-shot this. I literally finished this. I was literally finishing this slideshow while I was going live. I was working on this literally in the background while I was just sitting here doing nothing. So I really haven't done a clean read-through of this yet. But you know what? We're just gonna send this shit. Howdy, gamers. I'm a shitty piece of shit human with shitty piece of shit opinions, but you're gonna listen to me because you clicked on a video. So I'm the arbiter of all things knowledgeable and powerful. I'm here to talk to you about the best friggin' Toho song, like, literally fucking ever. Like, seriously. This shit is peak. And if you can find all 6 of the Sakuyas on the screen, you win 1,000 fake Pokédollars. Anyway, let's get into it. I am not clicked onto the slideshow. Awesome start! Ancient history time! This is being filmed in front of a live studio audience, and someone mentioned the fuck is a Toho. Well, Toho, if you see this obnoxiously ridiculous picture on the right side, this is what the average Toho screen looks like. It's hell. It is a bullet hell, and it kills you and you die, and that's all it is. And that's what you have to deal with. Anyway, that shit was made in 1977 by the wonderful man named Zun. First of all, his music, fucking peak as well. It's the groundwork for everything we're going to talk about today. And second of all, he's a chill motherfucker. This guy is cool as a cucumber. He is the coolest motherfucker you'll ever meet. When he made his product, he literally told everyone on the internet, Yeah, literally do whatever you want with it. Do whatever you want with the levels, with the coding, with the game, with the characters, the music. Do literally whatever you want. I'm not going to stop y'all from doing anything at all, period. I will say I've never actually played Touhou before, so this is a lot of, like, I'm a very surface level fan of this shit. I fuck with that mindset, though. Zun, you're cool as shit for that. In 2002, our man Zun makes Embodiment of Scarlet Devil. One of the characters is the aforementioned Sakuya, and her theme, Flowering Nights. This song is pretty good. This is some quality stuff. I'm gonna let y'all listen to it while I take a monster sip. This shit is fire. This shit is gasoline. And it's probably something you've heard before. It sounds a little familiar, right? Kind of sounds like something you've heard, but it sounds a little different. Maybe sounds a little older, sounds a little more archaic. But you feel like you've heard this before. You probably have. Folks, Night of Nights hits the internet like literal crack fucking cocaine. On May 2nd, 2009, Beat Mario and Cool Create, who are like the arbiters of all things incredible Touhou music, came together and made the greatest fucking remix of an original Touhou song you have ever heard in your fucking life. And the internet fucking agrees. This song blew the fuck up. I don't know how young the average viewer on my channel is. I don't know if you guys are too young to, oh, I just realized you can't hear the desktop audio. That's perfectly fine. Is it? You know what? No, it isn't. Hold on. Is it? Do I want, you know what? Welcome, live studio audience. We're gonna go through all that again. Oh, this is great. This is why it's awesome that I'm recording this both for the shiny hunting VOD, as well as for, yeah, not a single one of y'all wants to say y'all can't hear the music I'm trying to play. Whatever, man, it's fine. Point is, this is the nice thing about sitting here and being in front of the live studio. That'll be a great outtake. I might leave that in the video as an outtake or something. You can hear Tiki, that's great. Good to see you, man. I was mentioning that you couldn't hear the actual music that I was playing in the background. But, you know, my audience never really tells me what's going on, and that's fine. I've grown accustomed to it. Sup, gamers? How are we doing? I'm a piece of shit human being with a bunch of piece of shit human being opinions on shit. But you clicked on this fucking video, so for the next 10 minutes or so, I'm the fucking arbiter of knowledge. You have to agree with everything I say, and like the video, and subscribe. And give your mother a hug, because goddammit, she loves you. Anyway, this is the best freaking Touhou song, like, ever. This is it. This is the best one. And, like, you can listen, you can watch this whole video and disagree with me. You can be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. A lot of people are wrong about a lot of things. I know I'm not wrong about this, but I'm usually wrong. Anyway, let's get into it, shall we? Oh, and also, if you find all 6 pictures of Sakuya dancing, you get 1,000 Poké Dollars. Anyway, let's go over some ancient history. To be fair, I don't actually know a lot about Touhou itself. I do know a lot about the music, but the game itself I'm a little foggy on, so a lot of this was research I did about 15 minutes ago. But don't worry about that, it's perfectly fine. In the year of our Lord 1997, creator of Touhou, Zun, well, he did the thing called creating Touhou completely by himself. All the music, all the coding, everything. And he's a chill motherfucker. He literally is like, guys, do whatever you want with it. My game, my characters, my coding, my songs, my levels, everything. Everything. Literally do whatever the hell you want with it. I'm gonna let you people do whatever you want with it. Which is so fucking based. That's incredibly fucking based. I don't think I'll ever play a bullet hell, because that picture up above my head looks like a literal nightmare fuel. But as based, that's a base motherfucker for that. I'm gonna take a monster sip and let y'all enjoy the song we've been listening to for a little bit. In 2002, Embodiment of Scarlet Devil is made by, once again, Zun, which our wonderful little maid girl comes from. She is a time-stopping maid girl who throws knives at people. Yes, it's a reference to Dio, and yes, it's adorable. The song we're listening to right now is her theme song, known as Flowering Nights. And you might be sitting there thinking to yourself, this kind of sounds familiar, doesn't it? Sounds a little interesting. We've heard this before, right? Sound maybe like a little bit more of an archaic version. It's some distant memory sitting in the back of your mind. I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's fucking Night of Nights. Now this one, you've probably heard this one before. This song hit the fucking internet like goddamn crack cocaine. La cocaína espuma. This shit goes crazy. And the entire internet agrees this shit is magic. Now, Touhou as a genre of music is a little interesting because when you talk about classic Touhou music, that's the stuff that Zun makes for his games. Touhou music includes anyone who does any version of remixes. So this song, Night of Nights, is a remix of Flowering Nights. It's still considered Touhou music, including all the remixes that people have made to Touhou 2 Night of Nights. The remix by Jalopy, the Cranky remix, there's jazz accompaniment remixes, there's violin remixes, there's Busta Rhymes, Busta Nights. This is peak, man. There's shit all over the place. The dearth and the width of things you can find is very deep. I should know. I know literally hundreds of remixes of Night of Nights. If I have a YouTube playlist on my account that I can find at least 90 versions of this song that I'm like, oh yeah, this shit bangs. I love this song in every timeline and every generation. And there is one artist in particular that stands out to me and is the focal point of today's slideshow. His name is Minazuki, also known as Mina7 Music. So, Night of Nights, the original song, has 47 million views. This channel has 42,000 subscribers. And all of this shit is Japanese only. All the titles are Japanese. This guy's channel is Japanese only. Every comment in the comment section is Japanese only. This shit is as underground as you can fucking get. So, on July 23rd in 2016, with only 3.7 million views, Minazuki releases this. Let's just give it a little listen, guys, shall we? I'm gonna drink some more Monster while we guys just listen. It's peak. It's brilliant. It's genius. It's magic. It hits all the right notes. Listen to this drum and bass beat line in the background, man. Like, come on. What are we talking about here? This shit is on a different level than what other people are doing. I mean, come on. What do we think? You know I'm right? This is it. This is peak. This is cinema. Don't believe the shit you hear on the internet. This is not the point of today's video. Because this is not my favorite. Same guy, Minazuki, our goat, our beloved, remixes this song on December 29th in 2019. I'll just let the intro speak for itself. Like the fucking SpongeBob meme, dude. Just. Oh. You know shit's going down. Oh, you. Oh my god. Oh, good fucking heavens. Now, you might look at 1 million views and be like, oh, that's not that underground of a video. That's not that uncommon of a video. Motherfucker, it's Japanese only. The title, the channel, the comments, only Japanese people know about this shit, man. As a Westerner, this is like a 4-leaf clover. This is some shit no one's ever thought about before. Sure, if I go over to Japan and tell them about Minazuki, there's a chance that some Touhou fans know what I'm talking about, but this, here in the States? Also, There's references to other Toho songs in the chorus of this song. I believe I did write this PowerPoint. Like, yeah. Oh, you know what? Give it a second. Let it cook. Oh my God. It's peak. Just for the one time they throw a little bit of Owen was her in the chorus. Come on. Come on. Come on. How do you get better than that? How do you get better than that? I don't know. I don't know. But Minazuki did. Minazuki knew how to do better than that. Because that shit wasn't my favorite. On July 23rd, 2020, with 850 Japan-only views, Minazuki decided, nah, that shit I did 6 months ago wasn't good enough. And he went newts. He went right. Listen. Listen. Listen to the octave. The octave change, man. Oh my God. We're in a different key than usual. Like, what are we doing? This song's peak. Oh my fucking God. And this is just taking everything from the last two versions. The fucking Toho references, the sound style. Oh, speaking of, there's a little bit of bad apple for you. There's a little bad apple in the chorus for you, just as a treat. Like, come on, man. Oh, and just a little bit more. Oh, more, Daddy Minazuki. Oh, please, my cup runneth over, man. Come on. The only thing his 2020 version doesn't do is that slow fucking build-up that I love to death. But say it with me, it's not my favorite. And folks, I've done the joke enough. We've walked down the road together. I've teased you long enough. No more jokes. This is it. I promise. This is it. On July 23rd, 2022, 2 years after the previous version, with barely 500,000 Japan-only views, Minazuki decided, you know what, I'm taking all three of those and making the best possible version of all of them. I'm going to do everything that I did in those other versions, put them into one song, and do all of them better. Under the guise of symphonic metal. And folks, I have no words. I cannot go through this video describing what makes it so peak. Literally, I'm turning off the camera. I'm getting the hell out of your way. I'm gonna mute the mic. You guys just listen, and we're gonna enjoy this shit together. Folks, that was 4 references to other Toho songs in that bridge. Holy fuck. If I could unmute my mic, that'd be great. You fuckers get it now, huh? Oh, I'm right, aren't I? Oh, I'm right. Oh, Lord knows I know I'm right. This shit is the best Night of Night song anyone has ever fucking made. I will stand on that shit for the rest of my life. And you can all be wrong about it, but that's perfectly fine. I'm standing on business. Night of Nights peaked in 2022 when Minazuki launched this fucking remix. Nothing will ever compare. Wait a minute. Best Night of Nights. I thought this whole presentation was supposed to be about the best Toho song, but you said this is just the best Night of Nights. What? That's right! It's all been a fucking bait! You fucking idiots! Electric Great Magical Fantastic Spark Rapid Ignition of Paradise is the fucking best! Booming Supremacy! What do you fucking think this shit is, huh? You're telling me you've heard this shit before, and it doesn't the first fucking thing that comes to your mind! I swear to God I've farmed so many fucking people saying this shit! Hey, there ain't no fucking song better than this, man! Shit doesn't get better than this shit, man! I'm out of here! Go find this shit on your own. Like and subscribe. Later, gamers! And if I think that's good enough, that's gonna be my video. Now, us, we're here for something a little different, aren't we? We're here for something a little more Pokemon related. And I figure let's let y'all listen to Pete while I play this out, shall we? I like how not a single fucking one, well, Shandy did a little bit, but the discourse of talking about the music ended very quickly. Y'all didn't give a fuck. Oh, y'all didn't give a shit. That is what it is, man. The people who watch the video will care, and that's what I care about. Y'all are too busy catfighting instead of appreciating art. That's perfectly fine. That's alright by me. I should send that song over to MK, by the way. And I will stand on business. 2022 Minazuki is the greatest Night of Night song. This shit? Oh, come on, man. Come on. I mean, come on. Like, what are we talking about here, huh? What are we talking about here? Can I put Cole in timeout? I'm asking for a go-ahead. No, you can't. Actually. No, you can't. So yeah, I made that in about, literally, I started that at 4:50, and I started stream at 6 o'clock. I was working on that in the background. So we'll see. I'll edit that together and see what I think of the product, and if I want to re-record that, I will. I'll do that. Oh, I see shit. You know what? I'm gonna be an asshole, dude. It seems like you've been doing some more of your writing. Look how poetic you're trying to sound. Restrain me like a dog, but I'll find a way. Also, this music has amped me up so much, we literally skipped the Turtwig encounter. We did the cutscene skip on Turtwig. That's crazy. That's how you know we're powered up. That's how you know we're at max capacity. That's how you know this song is peak. This shit is fucking... You know what? Y'all gotta deal with these on screen for a while. I'm gonna go ahead and go keep shiny hunting. Y'all gotta deal with this for a while. Don't worry, you'll get to see the Pokemon I encounter. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. You see the encounter number, you see the Pokemon, it's fine. You're not missing anything. I am high key. Wait a second. I'll do it later. I don't want this song to buffer for even a fucking millisecond. A little overstimulating. The music is a little loud. I will adjust the desktop audio. That's a good point. Actually, can I whatever. Just kind of manually drag it back. I think it was here. I don't remember actually. We can worry about desktop audio later, I guess. I wanted to crank the music because this shit's peak, but I assume my audio balancing probably wasn't the best in those moments, and that's fine. All right, if I click Control Z enough times while clicked into OBS, they'll go away, and then the sound will go back down to the volume we had at before. Okay, perfect. Probably peaked a little right there, but that's fine. Give me un momento. Whatever. Whatever it's at now is what it's gonna be at. Sorry if it got a little louder yet again. I'm louder than it, and that is the thing that I care about. But no, seriously, like 20 minutes into making that because I've had the idea to do that presentation for a while now. Also, Coles is playing Champs right now. Good for you, dude. You know, people will get mad at me if I ignore that comment, so I'll say it. But anyway, yeah. What was I saying? This is fuck ADHD, dude. Anyway, yeah. This shit is peak. This is my favorite Toho song, and I was like, while I was doing that whole thing about the Night of Nights thing, because I've had that idea in my head for a while, I kind of went like, wait a minute, no, this is the best song. What am I doing? And I almost thought about throwing the whole presentation away, and then I was like, nah, we can just bait people. We can just bait people. Yo. Oh my god, Tanaka Bliss. Always with the fresh ones, too. Is that a fucking, like, British Royal Guard? I can't tell what that is. It's too small for my old eyes. That's sick as fuck. Good to see you, friend. That's Tyler, the Creator? Oh, it so is. Oh, you know what? Now I know what it is. Yep, it so is. You fished up the competition. Well, I hope you were using a super rod, because that means you'll get better Pokemon. A good one. I have to high five myself because that was a zinger. How have you been? I've been good, Tanaka Bliss. Life has been fun. Pokemon Platinum has been very mean because it won't show me any shiny Marills, but that's fine. You know, that's all right. That ain't gonna bother me. That ain't gonna slow me down. It's not that I didn't care. I mean, it wasn't even that, but like, I don't know. In my head, I was expecting some cringe shit, like everyone going, "Ooh, ah, wow, so good." And yes, Tiki, I did mention that I saw you here, right? Good to see you as always as well, man. Yeah, we'll play some quieter shit than this after, but dude, I gotta listen to this one. I gotta listen to this one to the end. But we will listen. We'll slow the pace down a little bit. Completely dead on your end? I assume you mean like tired. Well, I hope you get your well-deserved R&R, friend. Oh yeah, and I even remembered to change the system clock. We are currently in... Oh my god, we're in 5 different places at the same time. Wow, look at us. We're in Belgrade, Bratislava, Budapest, Ljubljana, and Prague. Wait, what is that? Ljubljana. I don't know, man. I'm very American, can you tell? Ni howdy. I'm very American. Listening to my hyper-autistic Japanese music. What do you mean? It's Budapest? I said it with like a silly Slavic accent. Is that wrong? I said Belgrade, Bratislava, Budapest. Is that wrong? Is it not Budapest? Don't you gaslight me, you Hungarian son of a bitch. You said pest. We are not pests. Is it like Budapest, then? Is it like a soft S? Let me look it up. I don't know if y'all will be able to hear it over the music. Budapest, with a hard S sound. Here we go. While the original Hungarian pronunciation is Budapest with an SH sound, the English convention retains the S. Checkmate, atheists. Oh yeah, the background music's been on the whole time. Music we were listening to so fucking loud you'd never be able to tell. Holy shit. Well, there you go. I'm in America. I'm sorry. I thought this was America. I'm in America, which means I'm right. Not because I'm a shitty American who thinks he's right about everything, but because I'm in America and Americans all say it that way. Because we're right about everything. Ah! Yeah, give me a moment here. All right, cool. Let's get going. Yeah. +2, by the way, Shandy. It's good. Yeah, what do you think about the tonal shift we just went on the music here, man? How do we feel about that? Holy shit. +2 for what exactly? Like your joke. It's a internet thing. I'm gonna explain the joke and ruin it. Well, maybe not. I don't know. +2 is a thing you do as a Twitch chatter when the streamer makes a funny joke and you -2 him if you think it's not funny. I think they're in like a new age now where like you +2 intentionally bad jokes. I don't know. Like my zinger earlier, you would have been like, "Oh, +2. That was a brilliant one." But like, it's a chatter thing. Oh, then it wasn't intentional. Never mind. Then we'll leave it at that. I'm not gonna explain it. Nope. Not just because that would be funny to not explain it. I'm not gonna do it. Oh man. I grabbed the remote and I didn't turn the fucking fan on, man. Oh, I know why. Because someone fucking turned the light switch off. Oh, God. I've heard other streamers talk about putting, like, fans under their desk pointed at their bodies, and you know what? I'm probably gonna have to do that at some point. I fucking, like, if I don't get the room cooled properly, I'm, like, in a puddle in this chair at the end of streams, dude. Something about the lights, the, like, upping your own energy, sitting next to a computer that's, like, putting off heat like a damn space heater. It's almost like that creates a hot environment or something. Not to mention I live in the South and it's May. See, I knew you knew the joke. I knew you knew the joke you made. I knew you knew. And if you didn't, it would be really funny not to explain it to you. Anyway, honestly, Pop's come in here the past couple of streams, hadn't even asked. He comes in, says like 2 or 3 things, and then leaves, which I'm perfectly fine with. Like, I'm not like, oh, Pop, we lost him. But like, you know, I'm pointing out that he literally every time he showed up in chat was to say that. But, you know, character development. I might be a pest, but not all of Hungary. Yeah, my bad. Yeah. Is that really problematic of me to say? Is that like a thing? Do people intentionally pronounce it pest because they want to be hateful? Like that's, ooh. Damn, I just did it out of ignorance. All right, man. Well, it was funny to upset a chatter, but like if it's a slur, I'll step off. If it's a slur, you know, man, I might. I don't know. I don't think I'll be doing that anymore. Oh, yeah, no. Budapest from now on. I'll keep it in my mind. Also, be very funny thing to like accuse someone IRL of saying a slur. They're like, what did I say? Like, the country. It's pronounced Budapest. Just like that's very fun. That'd be very that would definitely ruin the vibe of wherever I'm at, but you know, it would be funny for me, and I really don't care about anything else. I don't give a fuck about the rest of it. God damn. I took so many timing sips of that that monster, it's like almost empty, dude. I'm amped. Fuck, you mean the country? It's a city. Yes. Budapest is a city. Hungary is the country, right? Yes. Yes. No, I'm not gonna let you fucking gaslight me on this one. Budapest is the city. Hungary is the country. Totally, absolutely, that's correct. I'm right. I'm American. I'm a cis white American male. I'm right about everything. We've discussed this already. Oh man. He's addicted to the white monster. I'm sorry, babe. I drank a white monster and became one myself. I don't know, dude. It does make like, I already have fun streaming. It does make streaming even more fun. I'll be honest. Especially when it's like, I feel like I need to bring a certain level of energy to shiny hunting, especially if I'm going to do it every day in a row. You didn't say big, unfortunate. I mean, this isn't the biggest size you can get. This is only the 16 ounce. So really, actually, it's perfectly average. Some guys would say it's above average, but they have confidence issues. They have no. I would say this is about perfectly average size. I don't think it's above average. Like I was saying, I feel like there needs to be a certain level of energy that I'm bringing if I'm going to be shiny hunting every single day in a row, which, well, we'll talk about that in a second. Point is, if it's like some new exciting thing I haven't done in a while, the excitement kind of carries the energy itself. And not to say I don't enjoy this, but like, I feel like I need to step up. You know what I mean? I'm putting pressure on myself that maybe doesn't need to be there, but regardless, it's fun to do it. So until it starts to feel like I have to do it, I'm gonna keep doing it. Because right now it's more just like, ooh, I'm in the honeymoon era of it. But yeah, if I'm gonna be streaming shiny hunting back to back days, I'm gonna amp myself up a little bit because that seems more fun. Gonna try to not make a habit of it, typically. But yeah, speaking of, so here is what my current schedule looks like. Tomorrow, my sister is graduating from college, which, by the way, everyone, round of applause for her. She's graduating cum laude. She has a 3.5 GPA, and I'm actually, like, fucking super proud of her. That's awesome. It's very cool. As someone who did not get that, I think that's incredible. I'm really proud of her. But yeah, I'm going to go to her graduation tomorrow, come back home by myself to help start bring some of her stuff home. The Fruits Basket fan is graduating. You know what? I'll tell her that. I'll tell her that. I was talking to one of my friends last night and told him that you're graduating. And he said, the Fruits Basket fan. I'll let her know. I'll let her know that's her legacy on my channel. That's incredible. But yeah, I'm gonna drive home, pop on a live stream here. It'll probably be a shorter one than usual. I'll probably be actually tired. So it'll probably be like a 2-hour one. And if we don't get the shiny between today and tomorrow, I don't know about Saturday, folks. Sunday's a maybe, but Saturday is gonna be tough. There's a big celebration for her and her classmates about graduating in the evening of Saturday, and it will be like more than an hour from my house, so there's no way I'm gonna go drive back and do a stream after that. So we might be doing a little dodge on we might be not streaming on Saturday. Sunday, we are packing up her house and moving her back into this one. So is gonna be interesting on Sunday. I'll have the time to do a stream, but like I'll probably be dead. I'll probably be very tired. Support family before supporting the channel. Oh, for sure. Oh, no, don't you worry about me. If I can't get myself to do it, we're not gonna do it. You know what I mean? But like Friday, I'm pretty confident I'm gonna be able to put a stream out. Saturday seems pretty impossible, and Sunday seems a little unlikely. Sunday's gonna be the day where it's like you'll hear about it as I'm going live, kind of thing. But you know, I will keep to my promise to stream every day until I get the shiny the best I can. You know, if the fucker would just show up, oh, I don't know, tonight, then I wouldn't have to think about any of this. And then I would just take off until next Monday. We'd do something fun next Monday, and I wouldn't even think about it. But you know, sometimes, and quite often actually, I say sometimes, more often than not, when I make a promise to this channel, with one glaring example that I can think of, it's more of a promise to me. Like, I said I was going to do something, so now that's my, like, personal leverage that I have to do it for, like, I'm doing it for my community and as a man of my word kind of thing. So it kind of holds me accountable. So let's say shit like, I'm going to stream every day to try and get this shiny. Because now that I've said that in our Discord, I have to at least try to uphold it. Now it's not just some idea I had in my head. Now it's like, oh, we're going to do it. Oh, we're going to make it happen. We're putting in the work, putting in the hours, and we're taking what's ours. And hopefully it's a shiny fucking Marill. But who knows? We'll see. I know, I really have dropped the P5R stuff. I really have. Like, I don't know, dude. I just kind of wasn't having that much fun with it. Which is a little, like, I don't know. Kind of fucked up, I guess. I don't know. Sorry, my brain went into a completely different direction. I'll talk about that later. But, like, I don't know. I just kind of lost the drive to keep playing it. Not that I necessarily think it's bad. Well, I did spend most of my time roasting it, and I was having fun roasting it. But, like, you know, it was... I don't know. I really haven't put all of my thoughts together on why I haven't gone back to play that game, but I really just kind of haven't. Anyway, the thought that I did just have, and actually I'm trying to think about it, like, the logistics of it. Obviously, I can't do it, but I remember the video that I found that made me realize I need to be using a level 21 Pachirisu instead of a level 22 Pachirisu. That video was actually using a level 21 Chinchou. And I didn't really think about it at the time. My brain went, like, I know there's certain abilities that make certain types of Pokemon more common to encounter. Does Water Absorb increase your chances of finding water Pokemon in the wild? I looked it up. It doesn't. I just thought about that while I was talking about Persona 5. You know what does increase encounter rates? Is the ability Illuminate. I bet you use Chinchou to increase encounter rates via Illuminate. Matter of fact, I can look that up right now. That might not even be correct. Chinchou might get that as a hidden ability. Nope. How the hell does Scarvi get to Terra events? Dude, they were having, like, Sword and Shield super, whatever they're called, dens, super dens, or whatever the fuck. They were having those up until Scarlet Violet, like, release month. Like, I think they were doing that, like, all the way. The game has had these, because it's so easy for them to program on their end. They probably have it just on their end. It's probably you just click one fucking button. Yeah, so Illuminate has no effect in battle. Starting in Generation 3, outside of battle, if a Pokemon with Illuminate is first in the party... Oh, even if fainted! Wait, that's actually kind of sick. Can I get an Illuminate Pokemon? Wait a minute. This might actually be peak. I imagine my ways of finding these Pokemon is not very likely. But I low-key want to look. If I can do it while they're fainted and increase spawn rates... That doesn't matter what level they are. Okay, let's see. Pokemon Platinum, Sunny Shore City and Conclave City for Star U. So that's completely out of the question. And then Chinchou in Platinum is Route 220 with a Super Rod. Yep, those are completely out of the question. And those are the only two Illuminate Pokemon in actually, I'm pretty sure that... No, Starmie's base ability is Illuminate. Yeah, so that's out of the question. That would be cool tech, though. That would have been cool tech if it were possible to do without playing another 10 hours of this game. I would have fun doing it, but, like, the reason I would do it was for more efficiency and, you know, playing, like, not encountering any Pokemon at all for 10 hours does not sound like efficient. It just sounds like bonus. Yeah. But, like, I was enjoying the game, both genuinely and I was enjoying picking on it, poking fun at it. Like, I think for me, the mountain was too tall. You know what I mean? Like, it in my mind, I thought I was walking into like a 40-hour experience. Come to find out, it's like 130. I know it's like, oh, it's only 100 hours. Do you know how fucking slow I play video games? I have an information processing, I might even call it a disorder. My brain processes information much more slowly compared to other people. My ass be playing video games very slowly. Fucking no. I ain't getting that game done in 100 hours of playtime, I'll tell you that much. If I ever do finish that game, what's gonna happen is that either it takes me like 130 hours or I'm rushing through it. And I really didn't know if either of those were quality streaming like experiences. A little bit on my end, a bit of it on my end, and a bit of it on like creating art. And you know, they get all people who are so hoity-toity, like, oh my god, you consider this art. You consider creating these videos art. Kinda, yeah. I'm not talking about like Picasso type shit, but like, you know, this is like someone uploading fucking, like, I consider the level of art that my streams have sort of equivalent to like people making fan art on the internet or something. It's that same level of labeling it as art. I'm not here telling you it's like cinema or peak. I'm not telling you it's like, oh, I'm one of the best. But like, I think it's in that same category in terms of like creative venture. That being said, I didn't think I would be making good art if I kept streaming it, which I might just be wrong about. I probably am just wrong about that, but you know, we'll see if I can pick up the drive for that again. I make no promises because I don't like making promises unless I'm going to keep them in some capacity, which I already feel bad about the Persona 5 thing, so maybe that's another reason to go back to it, because I already made a promise, and I don't like breaking my promises, and I'm already breaking that promise, and blah, 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 blah. Point is, I'll think about it. That's my promise, is I'll do some serious thinking about it. But that's what I mean, man, is like, you can get some snobby fucking people like, ooh, that's not art. Like, okay. I don't know, man. If I doodle a silly little picture of Yoshi on my notebook in like 10 minutes, that's art in some capacity. You know what I mean? Like, there's levels to this shit. Like, I think I think if you use creativity to put something on the internet, I think it's considered art. Like, for example, the time it took for me to make that presentation today, I consider that art. I definitely wouldn't consider it high class or anything. In fact, it was quite shit. If I had another hour to do it, I would have given it transitions, I would have given it animations. I had a thought when I mentioned that Sakuya is based on Dio from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I had an idea to have a picture of Dio on the rototiller, whatever the fuck it is, I forget the name of it, the steamroller, fucking drop down from the top of the presentation, crush her, and then go past her. And then both of them would transition off the screen at the same time. I was gonna do something like that. I had that idea, but I was like, I don't have the time to commit to that. And like, that's some level of art, right? That's some level of creativity. That's some level of making something. I don't know. I get this take from Hugbees. Hugbees is the one that implanted this take in my brain. And he's a little bit more, he sits on a little bit of a higher pedestal because he genuinely is making very, very high quality stuff. The products that he puts on his channel are like, tens to hundreds of hours per video in terms of research, editing, clipping, proper audio production, green screen presentation, all the stuff he does to make that shit work out is a lot that's a higher step above the art that I'm creating here. But all the same, I consider it art still. Anything human made is art, I think. And that's you know what, man? As long as I'm not here doing some Gen AI bullshit, I consider it art. Which, that's an interesting question. Like, this isn't gonna, I want to be clear, I don't like Gen AI art. But like, I guess it is like the literal lowest form of art possible. Because on the technicality as I've described art, you are putting creative effort into typing words into an algorithm, right? You're using some creativity to come up with the idea you want the computer to make for you. Like, I guess that its most lowest common denominator, that is technically still art. But I mean, like, so is drawing Nazi symbolism, and that's like, you know, I can draw a swastika and it's like, oh, that's art. Well, it's not good art, man. You just fucking drew it to draw it and piss people off. You're not even like trying to make a point with it. You just drew it. All right, cool, man. Yeah, awesome. YouTube's gonna get so mad that I said that word. This channel will not be sent to fucking anyone anymore. That shit happens to channels, by the way. Sometimes words you say, the algorithm's like, yeah, we're not showing this to anyone anymore. This is offensive to everyone on the planet. Your channel is dead. There's a good chance I literally killed this. Like this stream might not get sent to literally anybody because I just said that word. Oh, whatever, dude. But yeah, point is, it by its lowest common definition, that is art. But you know, yeah, womp womp indeed. Whatever, man. I'm never here for the views. If I were here for the views, I wouldn't be fucking live streaming a 20-year-old game. I'll tell you that much. If I were here, I would be fucking playing something else. Who knows? but it ain't for fucking views. It isn't hard to put it like that. I mean, that's my take, right? Like, I'm not trying to defend people who make this shit and call it art. But like, morally speaking, they're wrong, but technically speaking, they're not wrong. They're not 100% wrong, is how I'll put it. Like, I mean, yeah, you use some creativity to write words, and I mean, poetry and stories are art as well. But like, come on, man. We all know what you mean is that you think you're sick as fuck because you let a computer paint a picture that you typed the words of. And that's not it, Chief. That ain't it, Chief. I would consider it currently the lowest form of art possible. Literally possible. Like, a fucking 5-year-old holding a crayon like this with all 4 of his fingers going bum 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 bum. That's higher form of art. Like, not ironically at all. Not unironic. Not ironic in the slightest. That is a higher form of art. That's what I'm on. That's the vibe that I'm on with it. I just realized my live stream is further behind than I want it to be. You know what's really funny? When I play Pokemon ROMs on my own time, I'm gonna start clicking the F1 key, aren't I? Every time I get a wild encounter, I'm gonna click the F1 key. I should program it when I'm not streaming, that every time I click the F1 key while playing an emulator, my computer just goes, "You dumbass." Plays like a sound bite in my ear or something. Like, oh, damn. Keep track of all the times I do it, because it's built. It's like muscle memory right now. I mean, just for this playthrough, I've done it 10,000 times. But like, you look at it across the other ones, we're at like 20k times I've pressed that button for an encounter. closing into it at least. So it's ingrained. It's ingrained in my like autonomous thinking, which is a little scary. Yeah, it's a little scary. Yeah, man. A shiny tonight would be absurdly convenient. Absurdly convenient. Especially considering my weekend schedule, it would be absurdly convenient. But you know what? We take whatever life throws at us here, folks. If life wants me to struggle and toil, the birds tell only but lies. That's a vague reference to something that I feel like I should know, but I don't. I don't know. Man, that that's funny. I actually ulted. I spent all of my built up energy doing that Toho presentation. And then immediately started listening to like sleepy time music. Man, that was a mistake. Oh well. I wonder how long you'll be working on it for. Honestly, a lot of people spend a lot more time working on a story than you think. Sometimes it's not their first story, and so they kind of just know what to do and run with it. But especially like you're definitely in that position of like you've never done anything like this before, so there's nothing wrong with taking any amount of time that it takes to make. I also don't know if it'll take 10 plus years, but like me personally am too in such situation like you are I've also never undertaken a project as big as that story I want to write would be. And you're making me face the question as well, like how long am I gonna be committing to it in some capacity, if at all, to be honest with you. If at all. But that is a haunting door I don't want to open at any point. We'll just make it sooner rather than later, and then I'll never look back. Anyway, yeah, I don't think because like you just take it slow. My advice is you take things slow. You honestly consume other pieces of art, movies, TV shows, books, novels, short stories, poetry. You find other stuff to inspire you, and you use those as subtle building blocks for your own personal expression. Because, like, let's say something like Full Metal Alchemist, for example. That has so many different things that you and I probably don't even know about that inspired the totality of the vision Arakawa had for that story. And that involved Arakawa consuming a lot of literature and media and whatnot to come to that, like, all in, like, inspiration. Honestly, at some point in time, inspiration isn't like, oh yeah, that part of the story was written because of this thing. It's something that becomes subconscious. Like, there's probably stuff that inform the decisions I make in the stuff that I want to do with my story that I can't even imagine. Like, clearly, like, anime growing up that I watched growing up, but like, for example, I can't point to anything in particular in Naruto other than the highly animated fight scenes that I go, oh yeah, that's why I'm doing this in my story. I would have to sit with it for like a long time and really be like, really actually iron out that detail to see. Who's to say? But yeah, just kind of like keep building up your inspiration in the background. and then eventually you'll put something together that's sick as fuck. Every time I drink Monster, I leave just a little bit of, just like 1 or 2 sips at the bottom of the can. I ain't doing that this time. We're killing this shit. I'm considering the funny idea of crushing it against my head, but I genuinely think that might hurt a little if I do it. I'll refrain. For me, it's the opposite. It's the emotional stuff why I'm doing this. What do you mean by the opposite? Like, oh, because I mentioned that one of the things that probably inspired me is the Naruto fight scenes. Like, I think I'm misrepresenting myself. I very much, like, when I write shit, I am very, like, the things that I want to do the most when I write is evoke emotion from the reader. So like the fight scenes, I think the most important thing to know about fight scenes, the thing I've learned from people like Totally Not Mark and from other video essayists who got me to the point where I'm at in terms of reason for developing a story, is the fight doesn't matter at all. The things characters do in a fight, the beautiful attacks, the power, the visual splendor, doesn't mean shit if the context of the fight isn't engaging. Like, if the reason fights are so cool is because why are they fighting? The why makes everything so much cooler. Honestly, part of the reason that a lot of Demon Slayer I didn't like it as much as other people did, is while it's definitely there's definitely, like, I mean, they killed the main character's entire fucking family in episode 1. He's got plenty of reason to fucking want it, to want those fights to progress and take revenge and protect his sister and whatnot. But like, in the moment-to-moment fights and the smaller stuff with the lower level vampires and whatnot, it always more kind of felt like villain of the week, more so than like a progressive series of threats. I don't know. Maybe I just never emotionally resonated with the show enough. I did in the first season. I did very much in the first season when Tanjiro was training, becoming stronger, and fights his first genuine like vampire threat. But after that, I was always a little like, oh, I don't know. The Rengoku stuff went up. Is that his name? Rengoku? What's his fucking name? That's not his name. I think that's it is Rengoku. I was gonna say that's a character in One Piece, but it is both. Wait, there we go. Anyway, point is, that show never resonated with me as much as it did in the early seasons. And that show is beautiful, but in my very subjective and possibly wrong opinion, it's also kind of shallow. So it never hooked me the same way. When I write shit, it comes out making me look like I'm on crack. Oh, when you write stuff, it makes... Okay, I see. When you have something in the back of your neck for like 8 years. Yeah, I might start... the thing I've been sitting on for about 5 or 6 years, so it might be time. I've committed some of it to paper. I have some of... I can find some old documents on my old laptop somewhere where I started writing this shit down, but like... all the stuff I have written for it are like scattered. I'd have to look around to find it. A lot of it is in DMs with people I don't talk to anymore. Hint, hint. I do not have access to some of it, but I got it in here, and that's what matters. But yeah, I'm reaching that point of like, oh yeah, it might come across as a little insane. I'm always kind of I don't know why I am. I'm always kind of vague about the stuff happening in my story because maybe in the back of my mind, I'm like, I want to like, kind of like the presentation I did earlier today, where it's like, I want to take some time to really have my thoughts properly put together so they don't just tumble out of my mouth when I present it to people. I don't know, maybe I can just start talking about it candidly. We'll see. Who knows? This might be the time I break the seal. Who's to say? Yeah, I've always considered that, like, the Lockhart story I want to tell is, like, probably best in a manga / anime style, just because I think the visual set pieces that I have in my mind would probably convey better when seen visually rather than on the onus of me to describe it in words. Just like the moment-to-moment stuff that I see in my head is very visually driven. I don't think about the words I would use to describe what I imagine in my head. I just have the visions in my head, and I think trying to express those would be the best way I do it. So I'd probably do what the guy who did One Punch Man did and just know that I'm going to be really, really shit at drawing, draw it anyway, know that my story is sick as fuck, and let the story being sick as fuck carry it. And that'll be it. Is Black Lagoon an anime I should watch? Isn't that the fucking porn? No, it's not. I'm thinking of something completely different. No. I do get that mixed up with something completely different. Oh, all right. Maybe. I haven't actually watched this. I don't know. It seems people hold it in high regard, so maybe, probably. It's probably good. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't find much like how I'm telling you to consume certain types of like literary media to expand your like preferences. Not preferences, but just like I'll call it an inspiration repertoire, like the building inspiration building blocks. We'll call it inspiration building blocks. I am not doing any of it myself, and that is a problem. You still need to finish Soul Eater. Yeah? How close are you to being finished with that? If I remember correctly, last time we talked, you were in like the 30s of episode count? Yeah. You're stronger willed than me. Like episode 38. You're stronger willed than me. I probably would have moved on to something else by the point you're at. Then again, I did leave a comment on social media, and I want to see if anyone commented on it. I said something along the lines of like, did anyone respond to it? I don't think anyone has. Nope, no one's responded to it. I put out a comment that's like, I'm at the very beginning of a new arc of One Piece. Somebody convinced me to pick the show back up, and no one's responded to that comment. And that's fine. I guess I should never watch it again. But yeah. I'm very much at the point of just like letting shit happen naturally. That's just kind of how I am about all things in general, but especially with story stuff, just kind of let stuff happen natural. Let stuff that you naturally, like Black Lagoon, let stuff that you naturally gravitate to eventually subconsciously inform the decisions you make about the story you make. Or in some cases, consciously inform the decisions you make. Like I'm sure, like for example, like I'm sure Evangelion and Full Metal Alchemist informed some of the decisions I make in my stories, and I wouldn't even be able to point to which parts. Just because it's one of the building blocks in my brain of inspiration that informs those decisions. No one can make fun of me for being in Great Ball rank anymore. Ah, you got out. You know what? I should have been making more fun of you, to be honest. I mean, I've been in Ultra since like the one day that I streamed double battles. I got to Ultra like immediately. I should have taken the opportunity to make more fun of you. Oh well. Nothing I can do now. Yeah, enjoy getting out of Ultra. Good luck. I'm like in either 1 or 2. Whatever the bottom one is, I'm constantly in the one above and then falling back down to the one below and falling back up to the one above. Going back and forth. Funny Mimikyu, get me out here. He do that. He do be doing that. He does make the magic happen. I assume as a trick room setter. Swords Dance, you mentioned Shadow Sneak for like non-trick room, fast kills, trick room, and would it just be Protect and you would just run like a support set? Or would you maybe pick like Play Rough to synergize with Swords Dance better? That would be my guess for if I saw your full offense. Interesting. Well, I would have to see the rest of your team to determine if it was a trick room setter. You aren't doing that sissy trick room shit. Well, that's why it took you so long to get out of Great, I suppose. Trick room is very powerful. This is coming from the guy who ran Mega Frostlass and Mega Charizard on the same team. I have no room to talk. Point is, interesting that you're running a hyper offense SD Mimikyu in doubles. Because like I said, that's the kind of shit you do in singles. That's the kind of shit that I know that works well in singles. But I thought that shit wouldn't fly in doubles. But if it does, it does. You also wouldn't be wasting a slot on Drain Punch. That's probably because of doubles. I'm running Guard, Sneasler, and Bask. I mean, I didn't know your team. If I saw those 3 motherfuckers, you think I'm gonna assume you got Trick Room? If I saw Gardevoir and Sneasler, I'm like, oh, he's not running Trick Room Mimikyu, so this is a hyper offense team. All right. The list just adds up every day, it feels. Dude, I'm telling you, just put Gurren Lagann at the top of that list and all that other shit won't even matter. I joke about Gurren Lagann. That is probably a very big inspiration for me. Like, unironically, that's probably, I mentioned subconscious building blocks. That's probably a very big one for me. I won't keep harping on it. It's an old joke. It's annoying. Oh well. Point is, it's good. I'll leave it at that. It flies when you need a bodyguard against ghosts for your Mega Gardevoir. I see. Yeah. A bodyguard against ghosts. Wait a minute. You would break your disguise? Why would you not just run like a normal type? Plus you have a Bascu Legion. I get that it has disguise, but like you're gonna compromise your disguise just as a ghost answer for Gardevoir? Like, yeah, but like what if people like double into Mimikyu? I don't know. Right. But you said it's a bodyguard. So that means you're switching Mega Gardevoir out and putting Mimikyu in that slot. So he then takes a ghost hit. To get to +2, he has to Swords Dance, and when he does that, he's dead. This is probably why you were trying Mega Lopunny, because that was your... Well, if you're running Mega Guard, it wouldn't pair well with Mega Lop, because you don't want to run 2 Megas on the same team at the same time. Dude, actually, like, I've got some like devious ideas in my mind. I don't know if Trick is a common thing in doubles. I assume Rotom does it sometimes. That'd be very funny to have Lopunny both as a ghost answer. Lead Mimikyu and Gardevoir, protect wide guard. I assume you mean wide guard. Oh, protect. Oh, I see. Protect Gardevoir clicks protect. It auto corrected your ass. I see. So Gardevoir clicks protect and Mimikyu just SDs. So right. Okay. I see it. I wouldn't be surprised if Maka and Soul have a big influence for my two main characters. Honestly, I would bet Maka is a, like, I'm thinking about some of my female characters. I bet they're inspired by Maka and similar female characters in anime. You know, just like not necessarily the whole tsundere trope, but like just that more like confident kind of angle that characters like Maka carry. I think that does inspire some of the things my female characters do. So, like I said, man, some of this shit, like, I wouldn't even think about that unless you point it out like that. And it's plenty of it. There's plenty of that in the very, very, very early days. I like my main characters. Like we talk about placeholder names last stream. This is almost embarrassing to say. I'm saying it anyway. My main character's name is Vincent Lockhart for the moment. If I can find a better last name than Lockhart, I'll go with it. But I'm gonna keep it. I don't care. I don't care if I'm referencing Final Fantasy VII anymore. But the first name he had was Chris. The first name he had was Chris. Just because I was like, I need to have this character have something. I can't just keep calling him whatever. The guy, the main character. And then one day I was just annoyed with it in my own head, and I was like, you know what? He's Chris. He's Chris. Whatever, he's Chris. I feel like it's kind of similar to Ed and Al, where Soul and Maka are deuteragonists, which means it's just two protagonists on kind of the same level. But I do, and probably because Maka's the one who stays a human being, Maka does take a little bit of a front seat in terms of like main character. It ends up being a very similar situation to Ed and Al, where like, yeah, they're both super ridiculously fucking important to this plot, and it literally wouldn't work at all without either one of them, but one of them gets a little more screen time. I'm shameless in my self-insert. He's literally just me. You know what? That's like I'm talking about art. Art can be at any level of sophistication and for any reason. It's all art, baby. That's how this shit works. It can be for whatever reason, and yeah. There you go. I think that's cool regardless. Man. Every day I do this, I think, is there a chance I missed the shiny Kadabra? Because the moment I see like the shape of Kadabra, my brain is already like tuned out. The moment I hear Kadabra's cry when I'm not looking at the screen, I'm already like tuned out. You know what? Now, like, will I even be able to hear the shiny twinkle when we're listening to louder music? Who knows? Who cares? It's Kadabra. I would be more upset to catch it than to... I would be fucking hilarious if someone had a clip of me missing a shiny Kadabra. Like, that would be fucking peak. That would be literally peak. Now, to find that clip, you're going to have to comb through about 30 to 40 hours of this series, so don't do it. It's not that cool. It's not that cool. But, you know, it's funny to think about it happening at some point in the future, too. I am not shameless to the point of writing myself as the magnum opus of all people. I recognize my own faults and rights. Yeah, it's not like what people do is like, it's not like a power fantasy that you're making. Okay, cool stuff. I like it. And like I said, more power to you if you want to make it a power fantasy, but like, yeah, sick. I think the last episode of Soul Eater I watched was something about Soul at a piano in his head. Yeah, we're working deeper into the resonance stuff. There you go. Good stuff. It's the fun part of that story. Yeah, it's not quite 8 p.m. yet. I can't quite fix my computer clock time yet. Yeah. I mean, like... Yeah, power fantasy isn't the right word we're using, but I think we're talking about the same thing. I think we're both talking about, like... Power, like... Power fantasy, not in so much of, like... I'm a version of myself, but I have superpowers or whatever. I in my head, power fantasy is, like... You know... I totally lay epic own the bullies at my school. And like I said, more power to you if you want to make that. But like, I assume you meant a little bit of both, is my assumption. Yeah, like I said, I don't remember too much about the show, but I like the demon guy. He's cool. He's a chill guy. He's just there to hang out, man. What's the problem? I'm just a new guy who lives in your head. It was really funny when Team 4-Star did it with Nail. Just come on and hang out with me. I'm cool. I'm fine. Even though this entire series predates Team 4-Star by like 5 years, it's fine. He's just a chill guy and not suspicious at all. No, of course not. Why would he be suspicious? He just has, like, his own agenda or whatever. He's just a cool guy living in his head. Just ignore that he's a demon. Yeah. One of your characters is a drunk. That's... Alright. Well, it sounds like you're having a lot of fun with your characters. There you go. So my brain is stuck on the idea of like an 11-year-old sitting on a street corner, like just like homeless and slaughtered on sake. Just absolutely, you know, like those old people who fucking just sit on street corners and fucking just are completely wasted. Oi, oi, oi. Come on, right here. This is the one. It's gonna work. It's gonna work at some point. It's gonna work at some point. Wouldn't it be funny if I just started doing that like every time? Like every time an encounter appears on screen. Guys, this is the one. Right here, right now. Guys, this is the one. Damn. Just did that every time. That wouldn't get annoying at all. Yeah, I don't think you implied the character was homeless. That's just an image that created in my mind when you said 11-year-old drunk, because that's quite the absurd concept. He's part of a team, the Bee Warriors. Yes. Inspiration on our sleeves, as we were talking about earlier. Yes. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Very. Yes, I like it. I fuck with it. Yeah, that's kind of the trap that people end up like falling in when they write big stories with a lot of characters. It's just fucking impossible to keep them all equally relevant. Like, you know, it's kind of the name of the game with this kind of shit. Like Naruto's all the big shows. One Piece did a very good job of that before the time skip. But Naruto struggled with that throughout the entire series. Like, for about 800 episodes, that shit is the Naruto and Sasuke show. Out of its 1,000-ish episodes. It is the Naruto and Sasuke show for about 800 of those episodes. Bleach, I actually don't know too much about Bleach, but if I had to wager a guess, it probably suffers from that as well. I know Dragon Ball suffers from that. The more characters they add, the further and further away you get from it just not being about Goku and sometimes Gohan. It's just a thing that happens when you end up with these bigger casts. I think Fullmetal Alchemist, for example, is a show that does it really freaking well. I think. I mean, like, but it's also, some of those happen to, it happens to some shows because some shows are just too long for it not to happen. But sometimes it happens like in Soul Eater, where it's just like, I don't know. What else are you gonna do with Death the Kid? That's just, I don't know. You definitely can. I'm not saying you can't. You definitely can. But like, sometimes the story sits on a path of like, well, exploring this Death the Kid thing isn't as important as like the kind of shit Baka and Soul are going through. You know. Supporting casts are an interesting concept. If the story involving your main cast is powerful enough, sometimes the supporting cast can just be serving their purpose. I've never really thought about My Hero Academia's supporting cast. How do they fall into that? Like, clearly, I see. Okay, Coles. The cast in My Hero Academia is like tiered. It's definitely tiered, right? Like, obviously, fucking Deku is that bitch, that motherfucker. But like, Bakugo and Uraka, whatever, I don't remember their fucking names. Would I be crazy for saying that Krona is giving me third MC? They, I think it's a person, so I'll say they. I don't know, man. It always just kind of felt like a non-antagonistic I don't know. It's just like, It's just an element of chaos to the story is all I consider Krona as. I don't know. Krona is just kind of there, dude. Krona just kind of fucking exists. It's like, I don't know. Hey, funny enough, it reminds me of a character from Gurren Lagann. You should watch that show. But yeah, I don't know. Krona's definitely like a supporting character. This is definitely more of a just character, a very important character, but a character that's kind of just there. Who is the dark-skinned guy from Full Metal Alchemist from Shambhala who has the Scar? His name is Scar. I remember. I was about to say he has scars on his arm. Oh yeah, his name is Scar. Very similar vibes with him and Krona. That's what I think. I think I am starting to go a little crazy hearing the Pokemon in-game sounds, but I gotta keep listening, man. I gotta hear that damn fourth Chaos Emerald when it happens. If I miss that, I'm fucking screwed. Oh boy, my commentary juice is already running out. Well, it does say it's 2:50 on my computer. It is very late, guys. Maybe I should just go to bed. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's pretty much it, Shandy. It is cool to like characters like that. It's always fun. It's always fun to really enjoy characters like that. It's nice. It's an exciting thing when they show up on screen. It's like, I keep thinking about Naruto. It's kind of like the antagonistic side of the same coin that Might Guy sits on. Like, he's not like, he ain't him, but when he shows up, he's him. He's the GOAT. When Might Guy is a top 3 Naruto character for me, by the way. When Might Guy shows up, he's that motherfucker. He's a spectacle. It's the best part of whatever he's in. But he ain't important. He ain't turning the needle. I mean, when he shows up, he accomplishes stuff. So he is turning the needle in that regard. But you know what I mean. He's not like directing the course of the entire plot. What do you think, folks? Are we going to get to 11,000 encounters tonight? There's a chance. It's a slim chance, but there's a chance. Just depends on how I'm feeling. You know what I just thought about? So I've kind of had this thought, and I'll respond to that comment in a second. I had this thought where I was going to line up all of the shiny Pokemon that we get that are not the ones I'm looking for, and kind of line them up above the overlay right now, like above the emulator screen. I'm sitting here kind of thinking about it. What if I just make them in? What if I just throw them all into a fucking pile? What if we end up finding enough that I just need to make a big ass pile of them? That would be awesome. That would be very cool. Just a fucking mountain of shitter, fodder, not what we're looking for shinies would be Epic. It would be sick as fuck. Krona is my comfort character. I imagine you're not alone in that camp. I remember back when I watched the show the first time when I was like, I don't know, in middle school or whatever. I always kind of was just like, oh, it's Krona. Hey, Krona. What are you about to do to the story, Krona? Oh. But I don't know. I probably appreciate them more nowadays. I remember when they took this off of Spotify for a while. It was very sad. I'm glad they put it back. This shit is peak. Oh, no, you didn't. Shandy, remove those from your mind. Delete them from your memory. You did not see anything. No, you didn't. Nuh-uh. You did not. You know what? We're gonna stand in solidarity together. I'm going to the Pokemon Center right now. We're gonna see some shit that I would really like to get, and we're both gonna agree that we're not gonna buy either of them. I'm going right now. Show me new releases. Shop all new releases. We're looking at this shit live right now. I mean, like, I would hate to say the only exception is if they made anything new for Azumarill, but like that might hold some weight. It might have to be the case. Thank God, it looks like mostly just TCG stuff that I'm not that interested in. Oh, that's kind of cute. They have a not interested in purchasing it, but they have a $900 for a signed mock-up. Yeah. Matter of fact, you should buy 20. You're liquid enough to buy 20 of those, right? You're good for it. But like I was saying, yeah, it looks like they have a little plush of cast form that you like flip it over and it's sunshine cast form, and then you flip it again and it's night and it's rain cast form. That's kind of cool. Yeah, it's like the top half is the sun form and the bottom half is the rain form. That's kind of cute, actually. Not cute enough to entice me in any way. Looks like they're also selling shirts and blazers and hoodies. Not blazers, just jackets. For, what do you call it? The starter Pokemon. You have like all 9 starter Pokemon on a single thing. Oh, they're re-releasing the Joltik Sitting Cutie. Actually, I think that's a different one. Oh, it is a different one than the one that I own, I think. Maybe not, actually. I don't know. Yeah, the Sitting Cutie Joltik is back online. So is the 7-inch shiny Rayquaza. Lamau X DDDDD. Speaking of, I never actually set up my. I got a shiny Rayquaza that I never set up on my desk. It was gonna involve going to like Michael's and getting some fucking like string. If I had $900, I would buy it immediately. Dude, no. Dad, no. Say psych right now. You're kidding. Don't. Like, I was pretty reckless when I had more money to throw around, when I wasn't fucking unemployed. But, like, I don't know. That's definitely very recency bias. You're also young, you know what I mean? I won't say it. I already said it. And they have some of the shinies. Oh, they have a shiny Mega Gardevoir plushie. And then all the other Mega plushies aren't shiny. Is that the fucking practice makes perfect flexing Machamp plush? That's hilarious. Looks like something you get from fucking Pokopia. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, I found the thing that I would really want to buy. Oh, hold on just a moment. Hold on a minute, guys. Guys, look at this. Look at this shit. Ferret bowling set plush. Look at this, dude. Oh, my camera's not on here. That's really funny. Dude, look at this shit, man. That's fucking hilarious. Purchase limit of 5? You're gonna let me buy 5 of these? Well, it's a good thing I'm not gonna buy any of them, but wow. That's fucking hilarious. That's genuinely really fucking funny. Holy shit. See, now that's the thing. If I had more money to spend, I'd do it. There's also a really cool looking black baseball cap with all the Pokeball designs on it. That's also very cool. But again, I shall refrain. I shall restrain. I'm just here to window shop, ma'am. I'm here to window shop, ma'am. Yep. The 3 Pokemon ZA starters and Chespin, and not the other 2 Kalos starters, just Chespin. That's really fucking ridiculous. Some mugs that already sold out. Oh, it's hilarious fucking Mousehold hoodie where the hood is the fucking head of Mousehold. The Espeon one's kind of cool though. I wouldn't get it. I don't like Espeon that much. You know, that might be shocking to some people considering other purchases I've made in the past, but I'm not that big of a Espeon fan. Anything else that really catches my eye? It's been a long time since I looked at the site, so there's a lot of things I have not seen on here. A Moo Moo Milk Wall Light. That's kind of hilarious. I don't like the whole recency bias because it's less recency bias and more that I just really like the show. I would do the same for EVA or Ava or Full Metal. I mean, that's true, right? But like, you haven't even finished watching the show and you just said you would buy a $900 signed Funko Pop if you had the money for it. If that's not recency bias, that is an impulse problem. So I'm giving you a golden bridge from which to escape on. I think, knowing what I know about you, I'm pretty sure it's more so of a recency thing. Like, I would understand if you did it. I do have an impulse problem. Well, we do love honesty in this chat. I think I have gotten to the point where I have seen the stuff I'm looking at now. Yes. All right. I have seen everything. Nothing new for Marill. Nothing new for Azumarill. So there was no actual purchases to be made today. Just a couple of cute things that I would buy if I was more flush with cash. Mimikyu is so good. Mimikyu is a pretty good Pokemon, man. It's also probably very potent in an anti-meta sense. Probably does really good into the things people are running at the moment. Oh boy. You know that thing when you're like, you lock in and realize you've been distracted driving. Like you're driving and you kind of think about it for a second and you're like, oh, I don't remember the last 10 minutes of driving I just did. And you're like, oh, I've been distracted that whole time, haven't I? I just did that with the shiny hunt. Like, I know I would have, something would have caught my eye and I would have noticed, but like I really can't remember the last like every encounter since I started looking at the Pokemon website. You think you get an OHKO on Gambit with Drain Punch? I assume most Gambits are running bulk, so I can't imagine that being the case. Like, if you're at +2, maybe. But I bet it doesn't even OHKO every Gambit at +2. That's just a head calc. I'm probably wrong, but like... It depends on what kind of Mimikyu you're running. I mean, if it's max attack adamant, I'd change my mind, but I have to assume you're running at least a little bit of bulk, just a touch, maybe? I don't know. Oh, I think because of the berry. Oh, it is 100% without Chople. Oh, okay. I mean, that does, again, like if you're running max attack adamant, I'm not as confident in that statement as I was before, but yeah, max attack adamant. Yep. Yeah, I'm a little, yeah, it probably does, Hoko. What item are you running on it? I assume, oh, you already said black glasses. Wait, black glasses? That's the wrong one. No, you said spell tag. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you said spell tag. I misremembered it as black glasses. I was like, no, that's the dark one. Have they added any more items to that fucking game yet? Also, have they added any more fucking Pokemon to that game? It's been a month and we really had just the same Pokemon? It's getting a little... Ooh. Your flagship competitive game, it's high time to shake it up a little bit. Game Freak. Release the files. God damn it. Get more Pokemon on the list. Where the hell is Typhlosion? That motherfucker is on the list. Mons apparently expand in June. I mean, that is next month, but still. 2 months? I guess, actually. It depends on what their life expectancy. Their life cycle is the word I'm looking for. It depends on what they think the life cycle of champions is. I mean, if this is gonna be the game that stays around fucking forever, then yeah, 2 months is actually kind of quick for new Pokemon to release. But I have to imagine it's already getting a little stale. I mean, fuck, I haven't turned it on since fucking April. I haven't opened Champions at all this month. I have to imagine it's getting a little stale. 6, 7. I was gonna say that I was gonna make a comment about this being fucking back to peak Generation 5 music. I'm pretty sure this is a Gen 6 song. There's only been 2 big tournaments with it so far. I assume one right at release. I didn't hear about either of them, to be honest. Have there already been like I assume, because you can, I guess they're both considered VGC tournaments. Were either of them in-person tournaments? Or was it just like online tournaments that any fucker could sign up for? I do hate that I have to read the manga for Soul Eater. You and a lot of people, you and a lot of people are upset that that show hasn't been touched up in any way. They're online tournaments. Okay. That's kind of what I figure. I assume they haven't done any regional events or anything with Champions yet. But I know they did already do what they consider their last Scarlet Violet tournament. So, interestingly, Scarlet Violet is like dead then, huh? I guess it's done. What are your thoughts on it? I mean, it's the same. Like I said, I watched this show a very long time ago. I have not picked it back up to read the manga. I sort of know the direction the story goes. I don't know exactly how it gets there, but I know how the story ends. I know what the characters accomplish. I watched a death battle, and it shows all the things that Maka does, because she's the character they use in death battle. But point is, I know kind of where the story ends. I get what we get to when we get to that point. Other than that, I did not read through it. I don't know how we get there or what happens in between. So I don't have a super informed opinion on this, but I will say, just as a general concept, yeah, it's, you know, I don't imagine there's too much outcry to remake it, but the people who do outcry about it are pretty, like, in the right. But, you know, in anime, shows get stopped. Shows just fall off a cliff. They just don't get made anymore. That One Punch Man is probably dead. Like, One Punch Man is probably, like, this is it. It probably just died with season 3. There's probably never going to be another One Punch Man season. I think the recent season just absolutely killed the show. Oh well, you know, that happens all the time in this genre of media. That's what you're going to learn, especially if you end up liking smaller shows. Like, your favorite show getting a season 2 is like, I mean, it's worse odds than a coin flip. That's how that shit goes. Like, you see it get a season 2 and you're like, oh, okay, we roll the dice yet again. If season 2 pops off, then it usually is gonna go the distance. And sometimes you know that season 1 is so good, like, around the block, like, everyone agrees it's so good, you just know it's coming. Like, when Love is War season 1 came out, I wasn't around for it, but everyone was like, oh yeah, season 2's coming, don't worry. I'm hesitant about it being remade. The art style is iconic, and changing that would be really for me. I love how the characters look. I mean, yeah, but that's what you would... Yeah, I see what you mean. You're talking more about my thoughts on a potential remake. I mean... I don't know. I don't necessarily think that show holds up the way that it does today, specifically because of its distinct art style. I think that the set pieces in that show are good enough to hold up even under a new art style. So I think if they did remake it, even if they made it look a little bit more like, for example, Fire Force, because that's another Square Enix property, or that's a property under the same umbrella. If they made it look more like that, I think it would still hold up. And honestly, with all the Fire Force stuff, it's possible. They might be inspired to pick up one of their other franchises. I was talking yesterday about artists I really like on these playlists. The Zame is everywhere on my playlist. Yet I only have 13 songs saved on Spotify. That seems weird. Seems like I should have more than that. Oh, speaking of artists, Pete Frog's my beloved dude. I think the opposite. I think the art style would stand out a lot more as a new release. Maybe it's just my taste in animation, though. I mean, I'm not saying that the art style wouldn't stand out, but I think the show, it would still be good as fuck. Like, I don't think the show is as popular as it is because of its art style. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously, it is like a cornerstone of like, oh, this is how anime used to look back in the day. Isn't this shit cool as fuck? Obviously, yes. But, like, I think the show is good enough without that aspect to the point where if they remade the show and it looks different, it's still gonna be a good fucking show. This isn't Demon Slayer we're talking about. This shit doesn't live or die by the way it looks. Which, let me be, that's just my hot take opinion about Demon Slayer fans. I think if that shit didn't look good, I don't think anyone would fucking care about that show at all, man. Such a shallow, like, set of character intrigue. It's like Inosuke and the question of, is Zenitsu ever going to be able to be strong as fuck while awake? Other than that, that show has very little intrigue outside of moment-to-moment stuff. I don't think people would give a shit if it didn't look fucking genuinely beautiful. Let me be clear. One of the most beautiful anime of the modern era, but I don't know. It's funny, we're talking with James on stream about it. It's been brought up on stream before. James thinks the same way about the Fate series, and I've never watched the Fate series, so I just get to laugh and be like, that's based as fuck. You're pissing off a lot of Fate fans. That's sick as hell. So I can't agree with him, But like, if that's true, that's fucking awesome. I almost want to watch Fate just so I can be like, oh yeah, he's so right. This shit sucks. It may be the most generic anime fan take, but God, the older animes are very great. They actually experimented instead of taking the same old animation. That's true. I will say you're also not watching. This is the thing about old stuff being better. First of all, in a lot of ways, it just is, right? Like that can be a thing. That's a bit of a subjective take, but like, let's be honest. Have you ever seen like production of Evangelion or production of Akira or production of Ghibli films? The kinds of things that people had, we've talked about this before, like the medium being harder to accomplish something in makes it so that only the stuff that people are really passionate about and are genuinely good are the stuff that come up to the surface. Now, sometimes it's not great and it gets forgotten to the sands of time, but more consistently, the stuff that gets created, like quality versus quantity. Nowadays, there's a lot more quantity and a lot more of it is not great. So you have a wider range of things to look at and point at and go, this shit isn't that good. But then every now and then you still find stuff that's really fucking peak. I still think the same is kind of true in the past. Like, Soul Eater came out in 2006, right? There's tons of slop that came out in that era. Bless me, Jesus Christ. There's tons of fucking slop that came out in that era. Let me see anime that released in 2006. And the point I'm trying to make is that like anime that doesn't really reach the standards of like being like good, you just fucking forget about. Like, no one talks about the dog water, like IMDb top 20 anime of 2006. I think I saw a picture of Code Geass. Yeah, Code Geass, Black Lagoon, Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, Fate Stay, Death Note, Hellsing. Actually, this is a sick fucking year. But that's like the good stuff. I want to know about like let's see like worst anime of 2026. This is a category I'm interested in. Worst anime of 2026. Like this stuff, I honestly, for being I'm not solving a fucking captcha just to look at this, dude. Come on. I'm not looking at this. But point is like that stuff just gets lost in the sands of time, so no one ever really thinks about it. So then when you're like, hey, what anime came out in 2006? You think about the good stuff. You don't think about the slop or crap unless you're really like personally offended by the fact that it exists. It ends up being this whole thing. So the point to say is like, just because you can look around nowadays and see a bunch of slop doesn't mean there hasn't been slop back in ye old day when all anime was god tier golden. So I end up making this take a lot, but I find myself in the gray area. Where I'm on both sides of the equation. Yo, Pop, what's good? Good to see you, my homie. Soldier 76. That's what you're referencing, right? Surely nothing else. Anyway, yeah, there's my 2 cents on older anime being better. Yes and no is my answer. I get that, but I mean more about the art style. That's kind of in the same, yeah. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, that makes sense. I was thinking more about in terms of like an anime production sense, like, you know, consistent frame rates and consistent art styles and just looking good. Have I ever watched Chained Soldier? No, I haven't. Am I gonna get flashbanged if I look it up on Google right here? Let me get an encounter and see. Definitely some of the screenshots it's showing are a little interesting. dark fantasy manga series by Takahiro and Yohei Takamura. Why does Takamura sound like a familiar name? Maybe just Takamura itself. Maybe Yohei isn't a name that I know. I don't recognize any of these. Well, it's Chain Soldier. Yeah, he's known for this. Yeah, he's known for this. About a high school boy who becomes a slave. Yeah, that's all I need to read. Fair enough. Ah, classic pop back again. Good to see ya. Ah, well, you know, I still think I would wager. I didn't look too much at it, but I would wager redo of Healer is a little bit more jarring than whatever is going on in that one. All right. Let's keep the ball rolling. Can you think of any other anime with the same art style as Soul Eater? Yeah, Madoka Magica. Haruhi Suzumiya kinda looks like that. Not like 1-to-1, but it's kinda similar. But to be fair, like, yeah, redo Healer's way worse. Yeah, that shit's insane. But like, that's the thing, like, Soul Eater does have a very distinct art style. But Fire Force kinda looks a little similar. Kinda. So like, I think like if they ever made a remake of Soul Eater, there's like a spectrum. On one end of it is the original 2000 and whatever Soul Eater run. And then on this end of the spectrum is Fire Force. And I think that a remake of Soul Eater would, if in like, just my guess, my like realist take, me being a realist, would say it falls in the middle. It's gonna look quite a bit like Fire Force, but it's gonna look like the people who drew Fire Force are looking at a bunch of reference pictures for Soul Eater, and that's what it's gonna look like. It's gonna look like both. Yeah, but yeah, Madoka Magica looks very... Actually, let me look at Madoka Magica before I keep saying that. It doesn't look exactly like it, but like, it kinda does. It kinda does. At least in terms of like, character design and art fidelity, they're kinda similar a little bit. That's the first place my mind went to. I don't know why I keep thinking about that. Every time we talk about this era of anime, Madoka Magica comes to my mind. I literally, like, watched the whole thing in one day in a Discord call with a bunch of friends I don't talk to anymore, and I haven't thought about the show in any serious capacity since. I don't know. I like how I typed in worst anime of 2006, and the second thing that comes up on that list is fucking Hellsing Ultimate, which that seems wrong. And then Haruhi Suzumiya is like three entries later. That also seems very wrong. Is it good? Yes. It does tickle that. Yeah, I think without giving too much detail, I do think it'd be an anime you like. But then again, it would be an anime you very much don't like. It's got things that you like a lot. But it is also a lot of, like, young women. Not in, like, a fan servicey way. The thing that people always throw around is lesbian yearning. is the moniker that gets thrown a lot around in that show. And, like, I can stomach that, but as we figured, or as we have reinforced time and time again, that is not your cuppa. That is a deal breaker for you. So, you know, if you ever do end up watching it, just, I think it's worth the watch. I think it fits into the kinds of shows that you like, the kinds of things that you like in the shows that you like. So, you know, I'd recommend it. But watch, if you're gonna watch my recommendations, watch Gurren Lagann first above everything else. I gotta keep bringing it up, man. I gotta keep bringing it up. Speaking of bringing it up, I'm going to get up from my seat and go take a quick restroom break. Do I have an AFK text on this scene? I don't. So we're just not gonna have AFK text on the screen. That's perfectly fine. We'll sit right here, paused. I will next year. Okay. We'll just sit here so I don't keep running the RNG seeds, and I will be right back. The good people of the Seabass223 channel, what's good? I've returned. There we go. I've returned, and I instantly need a repel. Epic. Fucking epic. Was good, folks. Right back to it. Right back to all of the nothing. Yay. Oh, my phone's at 100%. I'm just plugging it in. It's 8:30, right? Yes, cool. I'll go ahead and change my system clock back, so once we reset, we'll still be at the right time. Bomba. Yippee. Good lord. Good lord. Lordy, lordy, lord. I mean, this is getting a little... My phone is charging, so I'm fine. There you go. See? I jogged your memory on accident. Yippee us. Good lord. I have a scratchy-ass throat right now. It's almost like I've been talking a lot over the past 3 days. Maybe that'll help. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, it's because the bottom of the... I was like, what happened to my Spotify? So the bottom of the image is the same color as the background. That's not confusing in the slightest. I'm looking at not merch. Oh, I believe you. What not merch are you observing? Not Soul Eater merch. Oh, okay, man. Listen, I'm not gonna be the one that regrets it when you... Okay, I get it. Thank you. A child abduction from Keithville, Louisiana. All right, everyone get ready. Everyone lock in. We got this shit. Okay. Everyone, battle stations. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna be doing sitting behind my computer fucking playing Pokemon Platinum to one viewer, but there you go. Yes. Sure, what's up? Oh, okay. Yeah, we can talk in just a sec. We do a couple encounters here and then we'll move out. We'll do whatever that is. We'll go until we gotta reset the repels. That seems like a decent place to go AFK again. That's really good for viewer retention. I love making that joke because I genuinely don't. I care a little bit. I like 20% care, but at the end of the day, I'll keep streaming to fucking nobody. I don't care. I'm not gonna like at some point. Like I think I would make a new channel if I really wanted to take like streaming as a career seriously in any way. Oh no, I'm gonna lose 100 subscribers. The fucking 6 to 10 people who stay with this channel are gonna resubscribe anyway. Yeah, I wouldn't be too hurting, but I would start a new YouTube channel if I wanted to do that. I have bad news, Mark. Oh no, you wouldn't dare. Sometimes you gotta make sure music you're listening to is populating the right playlists. Sometimes that shit's important. Well, maybe when I go on break to go talk to my mom, maybe I'll have a different idea for, what do you call it? What my weekend's gonna look like in terms of streaming. That's just not it. I wouldn't, first of all, eBay seems scary already. There's a lot of word. There's a lot of you put a very small amount of words, and a lot of them are very incorrect. You know what I mean? A lot of that, like half the words you just typed are like, or more than half of the words you just typed are like bad. You typed like 7 words, and 5 of them are not it. That's hilarious. You're fucking like shitty word to sentence length ratio is like insane there, dude. You should be proud of that. What's the worst that'll happen? Buying a used plushie off of eBay. Yeah, what's the problem? What's the problem? I mean, I have taken eBay gambles to buy some of the plushies that I have that were out of production, but like I would never spend more than like $30 base price for something. That's about as much risk as I'd be willing to take. Plus, it's a mini plush. It's a mini plush of Krona. I mean, I'm the guy whose favorite Pokemon is Azumarill, so I can't talk too much about that. But like, because it's Krona and it's $110 and it's on eBay and it's the mini one, so it's probably fucking like 2 to 4 inches tall. I open the package and it's in a jar. Yeah, that's a cursed ass find, I'll be honest. That's a cursed find. Alright, really quickly, I don't know how quickly. We're gonna do one more encounter, and I am going to go check on what is desired of me. I'm going to be gone for a little bit here, folks, but don't worry, I will be back at some point before the heat death of the universe. So don't leave, alright? Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, gamers. Your brave and wonderful streamer has returned to the helm of his ship. We are back. And I do, before I go look at the mini Krona and judge you, I have to dispel some information. My thought was that Friday was going to be the day that I was going to come back here and do a stream for. It is looking more like, if that happens, it's going to happen on Saturday. I am having a dinner at my sister's college, which is like an hour and a half from my house. That dinner is starting at 7 p.m. So I'm probably not going to be home. I'm not going to have like a 2-hour dinner, drive an hour and a half back home, and stream. That shit ain't happening. So tomorrow there will be no stream. Unless I do it like early as fuck. No, I can't even do it early as fuck in the day because we're leaving earlier. We're leaving so early. We're leaving in like less than 20 hours from right now. Like, it's gonna be, yeah. There's no way I can do a stream tomorrow. So no stream tomorrow. Saturday, I'm a shoot for it, but I would have like a middling amount of confidence in that. And then Sunday there will probably be a regularly scheduled stream for. We'll probably do one around, you know, the evening. Probably start something around 5 p.m. or something typical. That also depends. That might also be a little flux as well, but you know, we're playing this shit by ear. Y'all are all playing this shit as it comes alongside me. Depends on which one of these you're talking about, to be honest with you. I think it's the one that there's like a bunch of pictures for. I have to assume it's the fucking chibi one. Yeah, that ain't no $110 plushie. I'll die on that hill. But it is appealing. It is an appealing plushie. I wouldn't pay no damn $110 for it, but like, would I pay for something similar of a Zoomerl for $110? No, it's just too small. But like I said, I'm better than you. Yeah. There's a lot of pictures of it too. It's the same one like over and over. There's one that was released on like the 20th anniversary, so it is actually pretty like modern-ish. It's not some old thing from when the show came out. Wait, 20th anniversary? That's this year. This thing came out this year. Shit sold out like hotcakes, man. You're allowed to make fun of my bad spending habits. I know it's bad. I get to, after that shit you admitted to with your credit card on stream, I get to make fun of your money decisions for all of human history into perpetuity. Like, yeah, you get to be poked fun of forever. Oh man. Yeah. I have a really funny thing we should do while it's just the two of us. Well, I'm trying to think. There's an inside joke between me and Weary, and I'm wondering if I should fake reveal it to y'all. It's probably fine. Let me think. Because I'm wondering if I want more people in on this joke. So I hesitate to say it while there's like no one else here. I'll save it for another time. We'll save it for another time. Someone remind me about how we need ammunition to poke fun at Weary too. Ooh, I'm so fucking, like, relaxed right now, man. Good lord. It's only 9 o'clock. Damn, is this stream really not gonna make it to 11 p.m. like usual? It really might not. I feel I'm a little too honest and open with these streams. You think? Like, whatever, man. It doesn't bother me that much, but, like... Sometimes I'm like, he's treating this stream chat like a damn dream journal. I'm his diary right now. Sometimes it do be feeling like that. And like I said, it's especially when it's important shit, it's important to have someone to talk to about this kind of stuff. And if that's where this is at, then that's where this is at, and I'm fine with that. Oh shit, we're gonna reset. That's enough. That's enough repel usage. All right, give me a seed that gives me a shiny within the next 227 encounters. Because I'm gonna push until about 11,000 on the dot, and then we're gonna call it a night. Because I questioned whether or not I can get to 11k, and it happened a lot faster. But at the same time, a lot faster than I thought it would. But at the same time, I can feel myself waning. I can feel the life fading from my body in real time. So that's probably the extent I can push to at the moment. I keep saying it. Wind Waker is the Zelda GOAT game. Bum 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 bum. You've come up with some new ideas for your story. That's sick, man. I think there's a good balance to be hit by like letting yourself passively come up with ideas, but then also giving yourself space for it. Because like all ideas for stories kind of come up passively, but sometimes you can give yourself a space or a mindset to really cue your brain up to think of ideas. I think having a healthy balance with both is good for creating stuff in a story. I was thinking about having the main character be manipulated into joining the bad guys of the war and basically helping them without knowing. Ah, a little bit of an Ender's Game. Okay. Now, are you gonna do it to where the audience knows he's the bad guy, but like a dramatic irony kind of thing where we know what's going on, but the characters in the story don't? Or is it gonna be like a plot twist kind of thing? Where like he's been helping a villain and no one was any the wiser. In other words, are you doing fucking Invincible or Ender's Game? I couldn't think of the name of the show. All I could think about is da ba 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 ba. It's the only name that show has in my head. It's just that little fanfare. It's happening right now. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Oh, I really, some part of my soul really thought I could manifest it right there. I don't know, what's your thoughts on it? I mean, my thoughts on it are, oh, at least he made an appearance. Oh, at least he made an appearance. Oh, he showed up, guys. He showed up. It's the motherfucking Turtwig moment. Turtwig Gaming. It's Turtwig time. Ow! I want opinions? What do you mean you want opinions? You want what I would think would be better of those two options? Or do you want my opinion on the idea in general? You want my advice? You want me to tell you what to do instead of letting you come to what decisions you want to come to? What do you want from me? I think it's a fine idea. It's one that's been done before with great success in both regards of like the dramatic irony of everyone knows this guy's actually fucked up, but the characters don't know it, or that nobody knows it and it's a big plot twist reveal. I think both can work very well. Like I said, it kind of ties into the story that you want to tell. On what you would do that doesn't mean I'm outright doing that. I'm just curious. So if I had the idea of one of my main characters working with, I want to make sure I get one of the bad guys in the war, working for the opposition. Okay. The first thing that comes to my mind is that I need to recognize that the opposition of the war is also the enemy of the guy who kept my characters captive in little cells for years. The scientist who experimented on my characters is also the good guys. Or is it the good guys? That's a better question I should ask. That scientist who kidnapped these kids, would that be considered the same side as the bad guys that the main character is joining? Or is it the side opposite of the team, of whatever team the scientist is on? I'll wait for your answer to that, because that drastically changes whether or not... Well, that drastically changes the outcome of my answer, I think. I always love this fucking song, because it is so much louder than everything else on this playlist. I still think it's a vibe. I still think it fits the playlist. It is a big outlier on the playlist. And I love outliers in playlists, but this one is like in space. This outlier is in space. Like, this could possibly fit in my high energy playlist, and yet I still think it fits here. He is a bad guy, but he isn't outright involved in the war. Okay, I'm gonna ask a question that you may or may not have. We didn't use a repel. Wait a minute, what the fuck just happened? The time of day is different. Oh, because I never reset the emulator. My emulator thinks it's fucking 4 a.m. Oh, that's really funny. Yeah, we gotta reset that shit. Oh, that's so funny. Damn, that would have been the fucking seed too. I'll answer in a sec. All right, sounds good. I don't remember. I got really distracted there. Did I even ask the proper question? The question I was gonna ask is like, what side? Oh, I already fucked the Turtwig thing, guys. That we saw him once. We're not seeing him again. The question I was gonna ask is like, who? So the scientist took the experiment, took these kids, and wanted to experiment on them. So that, if I recall correctly, because he was scared of a war, because he was an oracle that predicted that this war was going to happen, and wanted to have super soldiers in preparation for it. Did he want them for Team A? Did he want them for Team B? Did he want them for himself? Or some other kind of answer? That's the question I wanted to ask. Who, if anyone, was he gonna, like, give these super soldiers off to? That changes the trajectory of my answer. Now, it was very jarring to see a Scyther like that. I was like, wait a minute, even the background's a different color, dude. I forgot the game still thought it was fucking 4 a.m. I'll have to watch back that Toho thing. See if I end up liking the way I presented it. I presented it with a lot of energy. And I had that whole joke in my head for a while, where I was gonna do the thing where it's like, it's this one. Nope, actually it's this one. No, it's this one. I've had that in my head for a while, that like step ladder down thing. Is today the day? Hopefully. You always gotta hope, right? Good to see you, James. You always gotta hope, right? You always gotta have, like, muted optimism. Like, in the back of your mind, like, you know, I always hope it happens today. But at the same time, like, you gotta be here for the hunt. You can't be here because the shiny's gonna happen today. Or even, honestly, or even that the shiny's gonna happen at any moment. Like in our next encounter when the shiny happens. This will be a crazy clip. This will be a crazy clip because that's what's gonna happen. But, like, you gotta just be here for the love of the game. You gotta be here for the love of running around in a single route and getting encounters and talking to chat. Like, if you don't like this, you can't shiny hunt. At least in the capacity that I'm doing it. There's a lot of, you know, you can play the games at higher speeds. I've seen some streams where people have like 20 instances of the game open at the same time. Yeah. Let me answer Shandy's. Actually, I'll get to your thing in a little bit, Shandy, because it's going to be a long answer. You're going to Korean barbecue on Saturday. I'm definitely going to be out Friday. It depends. If I go to Korean barbecue with y'all on Saturday, there is just no Saturday stream. And I might be fine with that. You know what? I'm probably fine with that. I will let you know. It'll kind of be like you might not know if I pull up or not until about an hour before I do, kind of thing. You might know more ahead of time than that, but it might also just be like, yeah, you're going in an hour, I'll be there. So my sister's graduation is happening on tomorrow, which is Friday. And then Saturday, her and her friends are hosting a crawfish boil at one of their houses. So we're going to be there for that. I'm already kind of planning, and it's good for, yeah, she's awesome. She's graduating cum laude. That's awesome. But I'm thinking about leaving kind of early on Saturday. My plan was I'll leave early on Saturday. The crawfish boil starts at 1 or 2, so I'll probably be leaving there around 4 o'clock. That gets me home in time to stream around 6. That was my plan for Saturday. If I want to go to Korean barbecue, that would be me getting home around 5:30, 6, and then just going there and doing that instead. And who knows, man? Maybe I just come back home and I'm like, fuck it, it's a late night stream. There's no one in this house. I got nothing to do. Fuck it. Maybe I start a stream at fucking 10 p.m. and whoever can show up shows up, and whoever can't, it's completely fine because it's holy fuck super fucking late in the goddamn evening. I completely understand if people don't want to show up for this. You know what I mean? So that thought is now in the back of my mind. You can focus on that. We can do Korean barbecue some other time. I'll be honest with you, dude. I would want to go to Korean barbecue more than to do another stream. The only reason I'm even thinking about it remotely is because recently on Discord I said I was going to stream literally every single day until I get a shiny MARILL. Which could all just be fucking not important if we just fucking get it tonight. So I might not even have to think about any of this. But like I would prioritize going to Korean barbecue and not doing a stream on Saturday and doing one on Sunday over doing a stream instead of going to Korean barbecue. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I also don't know if I am coming home on Saturday. So if I'm not coming home on Saturday, then, you know, I can't. If I am coming home on Saturday, I'm going to Korean barbecue and I'm probably not streaming is my answer. So I will keep you in the loop about that. And we'll just see how it goes. We will see how it goes. All right. That was that was a bit long. I had to spit my shit there for a second. Shandy, I want to respond to your comment as well. My question was, I have to remind myself. My question was, what team is the scientist playing on? Your answer is he experimented on them for his own benefit to protect himself. So he's kind of his own chaotic neutral force because nobody fucking believed him when he said there was going to be a war. So he wasn't trying to give them super soldiers that, like, oh, you guys need to win the war. Nah, he's like, this is for me. I'm gonna defend I'm gonna put myself in a damn bunker and have these super soldiers protect me. That was his plan. He's a psychopath. Who would he think his fucking indentured, like, captured experiment slaves would protect him with their superpowers? Yeah, no, they would just kill him. So he's insane for thinking it, but that is what he thought. And it's totally fine to have a character be stupid. You know what I mean? To have a character make a completely incorrect line of thinking, as long as it's in line with the character itself. So the idea is he is his own chaotic neutral third party. So he's not making this for any of them. Let me catch up on Shandy's lore. Yeah, so what we're at right now is he is posing the idea of one of the main characters of his story working for one of the bad guys unknowingly. And he asked me what I would do if I was handling that situation, if I was the one writing the story. And so I wanted to know, like, okay, so the scientist guy is the one experimenting on them. Is he working for the scientist? And basically we've gone a roundabout way to answer he would be working for one of the people causing the war rather than with the scientist that captured and enslaved him and his friends. So my previous thought doesn't matter that much. Okay. How would I handle that? The concept that was the most intriguing angle that I came up with immediately was like, what are the complications of, like, how many bug people are there again? I think he said like 6. Maybe it's 5. But my brain, for some reason, came up with the number 6. Maybe because 6-7 brain rot is consuming my mind at every moment. But let's see. How would I handle that? Well, like I said, there was probably 2 schools of thought. There's the invincible school of thought, where the dramatic irony of everybody reading the story knowing this motherfucker is a piece of shit villain, but our characters in the story have no idea that they're working with a villain. Or it's the Ender's Game angle, where, uh-oh, plot twist, you did something very beneficial for our war without even knowing it. That goes against your moral compass. So there's 2 different angles. There's a plot twist that everyone's in on, and then there's a plot twist that nobody knows about. There's 5 escaped and plenty more back in the facility. Okay, cool. So that helps reinforce an idea that I've been thinking of, is that this person who's helping our main character is a mutual beneficial situation where on the surface, this guy who our main character is working with is trying to help him get his friends who are still captured in the facility. And so that's why he's working with the villain, is because they have a mutually agreed upon plan that they want to help get all the people who are still stuck in the lab. In reality, the guy is really just trying to further his war efforts because they know about the experiments that are in that lab and they want to take them and dissect them for themselves so that they can create their own super soldiers to aid them in the war. So in reality, if this is an Ender's Game angle, the plot twist is they get the guys, they get in there, and then our main character is like fucking sedated or something, and then they're all taken over to the bad guys team where they're being continued to be experimented on. Something to that. There's more graceful ways to take that angle, but that's like the raw, like, visceral first thought that I had. But again, that's like the nobody's in on this plot twist. Nobody realizes this is the bad guy. And you can do it from a dramatic irony sense where you know he's the bad guy and has some other kind of scheme up his sleeve. Sort of, honestly, like a Call of Duty Modern Warfare angle. Although that is a little bit more of a... You can create like an uneasy tension. Like, you know he's on one of the sides of the war, but like you think he genuinely has a vetted interest in you until he stabs you in the back at the last moment. There's a couple different angles, but that's just my first thought. If you wanted to be a little bit more of a dramatic irony kind of sense, where you know he's a bad guy, and what direction I would take on that, honestly, I would say the same thing. Actually, not the more I think about it, I think that works on all of the angles that I came up with in my mind. Like I said, that's just my visceral idea. I mean, honestly, feel free to take that idea at its surface level if you want. I'm not going to be offended if you are like, yep, that's my idea now. I don't care. Run with it. Who gives a fuck? But if you want to make it your own thing, you can add, you know, do whatever you want with it. But that's my answer to your question, is that is what I would do. At least that's the idea I would run with initially, is the concept of, like, they know about the scientist, they know about the things they have there, and they're using our main character to get access to them for their own gain. I mean, there's also just like the general, a lot more simple idea of like our main character unwittingly, like, I don't know, like go into this building to get the secret file that's where the scientist is going to be, kill anyone who gets in your way, and then everyone that gets in his way is just the opposition of the guy he's working with. That's a much more simple idea as well, is that situations like that can be created. Possibly, again, my mind is just running now, another spitball is like an Emperor Palpatine angle, where our main character is being knowingly and directly influenced into making incorrect decisions. He is being groomed into the position of the bad guy, TM. And whether he rises above it or falls for it, even for a short while and comes back afterwards, or falls for it like Anakin does entirely and never comes back from it until he dies, there's a lot of different angles to take on that concept of like, I know you're a bad guy, but we have a task that we want to work together on, and then slowly there's an attempt to groom him into joining the bad guy side. Because there's more than 3, you can do something interesting where the bug group splits apart. They willingly join the scientist, and then there's the neutral. You can do a Game of Thrones thing too. Honestly, when you were mentioning opposition, my first thought was Game of Thrones. So that makes a lot of sense. Well, Mothra is the daughter of the scientist, so she is torn between hating him, but also a bit Stockholm Syndrome, where she cares about him because he's her father. If he falls for it, that would lead to an interesting modern take on the Greek tragic protagonist. Yeah, I agree. Very, I forget who's the guy who kills his own father with a discus. Very that. Okay, so I guess my question is it the Moth Girl who's going to be working for the bad guy, or is it going to be someone else? For some reason, I was assuming it was a different character. I was assuming it wasn't the one. I'm thinking of Oedipus Rex. Yeah. Is that the mother? No. Is it? I thought Oedipus Rex was the guy who unknowingly shaboinged his mom and killed his dad. No, I am right on that. Does he also? I thought he killed his father in like a cart thing. I don't know. Someone's wires are crossed. I venture to say it's probably my fault. I was saying there's a Greek, I was mentioning something very vague, where like, there is an oracle who tells a Greek hero that he is going to kill his father someday, so he does everything in his power to make sure his father can never die by his hands. And then just a complete accident, he loses grip of a discus and it hits his father in the head and he dies. Well, the story of like, you can't challenge the fate of the oracles. It's going to happen no matter what you do to stop fate. Ah, okay. So it's not just one character being, like, convinced to help these people. And the core idea is that they are unknowingly helping somebody who is directly fighting the war. Uh-oh. Get swifted. Get Taylor Swifted. Ouch. That was a strong rollout. I bet that guy's huge power. Patrice's got a decent defense stat. I bet that was a huge power, Marill. And again, they're not helping the scientist in this position. It's someone entirely different. Probably on one of the sides of the war. Yeah, it's the point where you gotta ask the questions when you decide what you want to do with it. Like, what does the person who wants their help trying to do? What are his goals and accomplishments? What is he trying to get by having them help him? And again, there's the question of how much do the characters in the story know? You said there's a varying range of suspicion among them. How does that affect their dynamic as a group? How do they overcome whatever decision they end up making together? There's a lot of potential in that idea. I would let yourself stew on it for a while and see what you come up with. What I end up liking to do, like I just did with your idea previously, is I come up with a lot of different ideas and see the one that I like the most. And I honestly come up with a bunch of ideas and I just let it sit for a while. And I mean like days a while. Sometimes I'll return back to one. I'm like, oh, actually, I can do something kind of cool with this. Because like right now, my favorite idea is the one where they break into the scientist's lab and unknowingly get themselves captured again. But, you know, I might take that in a slightly different direction, or I might like a different idea entirely more. So just let yourself kind of stew on stuff for a while. This shit's gonna be a slow process, and that's good. Should be. You could literally have... Oh, yeah. So you could really have to pit Mothra against her bio dad that understands his motives, but hates how he gets to his goals. Yeah, like you mentioned some of that conflict of like, that's my dad, I want to love him, and I want to see where he's coming from, but like, how does she react? Does she understand the very mature thing is like, he's too far gone, he has to be stopped? And how does she come to grips with that? Or is it more of like I want to go talk to my dad and see what the hell he's thinking. I want him to explain himself before I make a decision on what to do with him? Or is she like fully convinced that in some twisted way he's right for what he's doing, and I want him to explain the horrible parts of what he's done so that he can convince me of what I know is that he's doing the right thing? Like there's, like James is saying, there's a lot of complexity there. And she could honestly be thinking multiple of those things at the same time. People are complex creatures who have a lot of different thoughts at the same time. Like I said, I would let yourself stew on a lot of stuff. And also, I would jot a lot of this stuff down. Because I promise you, you will forget it. Talking from experience here, if you got a good-ass idea, write that shit down, or it will disappear forever. It will be gone forever. It could be more interesting if it's an adopted child. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it. I don't, like, I can't see how it makes it, well, other than if you're gonna reveal that she was adopted and he doesn't give a shit about her at all. That would be, I can see that adding intrigue. I see the angle now. It took me a second. Like, yeah, if she goes to him and it's like, can you explain yourself? Like, I'm trying to be on your level because I'm your daughter. And he's like, daughter? I fucking adopted you. I don't give a fuck about you. Oh! snap his neck. Like, there's some dramatic moments there. Okay. She's becoming a personal favorite of yours? That's crazy. The most prominent female character in my story is my favorite. Well, actually, maybe not. It's one of my most either it's Vincent, my main character, who I've done fucking everything for. He's probably my favorite. I'm a main character kind of guy, but if it's not him, it's one of my female protagonists. It's probably either Oleana or Sema or Penelope. Sema, because she's a fucking gremlin. No one even knows what I'm talking about, man. At what point am I just... Because, like, I've got to do it right. Because I have a lot. And I feel like I would have to explain a lot to get everybody caught up. And I don't want to do that on a whim of a stream that I might end in, like, 30 minutes. You know what I mean? But who knows? Maybe I'm taking myself too seriously. I'm also just having fun enough talking about your story. I don't want to cut in. That's what we'll go with. It's a battle against Mothra without her father against the man who could become her father figure. Which, oh shit. Like, you're saying like she knows she's adopted and is abandoning her adoptive parent for this new figure who's stepping in to offer them help, like a deal. This villain, this bad guy that they're all working for, is a way for her. She, again, because these characters are very socially inept by design, sees him as a father figure. That is interesting. Okay, Jesus, man, this is why talking to multiple people. This is why this shit's good. I would not have thought of that on my own. Damn, that's sick as fuck, actually. That's what I'm saying, is you just take in ideas, you fucking keep some kind of log of them in some capacity, and you kind of just stew on stuff and see how it feels later on. Because I do have this thing about recency bias. I've mentioned it before with different, like, interests in anime, for example. But, like, I do think it also exists within ideas like this. Like, I might think about this idea we just had tomorrow and be like, that's dumb as fuck. I probably won't, because I think there's something to it. But, like, there's a potential that, like, the ideas we've just talked about tonight are just something not worth exploring any more than just that surface level kind of, yeah, that is cool. I like to let things simmer and stew, and once the dust settles, to reevaluate and be like, oh yeah, no, that was cool as fuck. Stew. That's a great meme format, by the way. I love well, there's gonna be a large salary with this job, and it cuts to a rabbit and goes, large celery. That's always fun. I do like the idea, James, because I was going to make the character that this war is in to help out the characters, give them a place to stay and bring them in. Okay. Interesting. That definitely adds some uneasy tension. So I'm guessing they probably have an idea that the character they're going to be working with is probably not, like, a chipper, upstanding guy. Maybe they have a sense that he is on one of the sides of the war, or they have a fear that he's working directly with the scientists to bring them back or something. So there's lots of room for dramatic tension between the characters, a lot of reason to put these characters in opposition. And like I said, like, it's going to be really interesting because the prominent feeling these characters are going to feel at all times is fear. At all times, they're going to be fearful, skeptical, because that's just a trauma response to torture, but also because these characters don't fucking know anything. But there's gonna be characters, there's gonna be levels to it. There's gonna be a character who is scared stiff and is opposed to doing anything different other than just sitting in a hole, being quiet and safe. And there's gonna be characters who are like, yeah, we need to do more. We need to rise above this stuff. This is why I need to play Expedition 33. Wait a fucking minute. Why specifically? Because those characters are tortured? Oh shit. I didn't know I didn't know that ball was on the table. That's crazy. Not torture. Oh, just the like the forces of opposition. Yeah. It's very intriguing to have character dramas be pulled up as tensions rise in the group because they're trying really hard to stay together as a team. Of course, you're always going to have the one character who's trying really hard to force the glue to stick between all the members and constantly fighting and calming people down and fighting to maintain camaraderie to some extent. But yeah, it is a very interesting bit of dramatic tension that's created by this character being like, I am a comforting, I will let you in, we will help you in the things you're trying to accomplish. And there definitely is going to have to be some kind of a scratch each other's back situation. Like, you're going to stay with me, but you're also going to help me. I imagine what I just had right now is, like I was talking about earlier, this guy knows about the scientists' experiments, right? He is going to use that blackmail as leverage. Like, oh, if you guys don't work for me, we're gonna out your position. Like, everyone's gonna know you guys exist. Everyone's gonna know you guys are powerful. Everyone's gonna know that you guys have special DNA that can be extracted and experimented on for our own benefits. And we can find the scientists and go after those people as well. And we will use you to find the rest of your kind. Like, there's a blackmail angle to this as well. I mean, Shandy, let's be real, they all are. Like, I understand you want specifically a very, very visceral moment, but they were kidnapped and tortured in a lab for bordering on what sounds like a decade. In my mind, it's almost a decade these people are tortured for. Probably even longer than that, maybe. But these people, like, you can't undervalue what that is going to do to the human mind. They're all going to have massive, massive trust issues of a newspaper blowing in the wind. Not just necessarily a fear response, but literal, like, trust issues. Like, it's going to impact them all. And it can definitely be dramatically impactful to Mothra the most. And you can have her specific moment with that. But they're all going through it. Would you say the characters are... I would say the characters are around 20 to 25 years old. Right. You said they were adults. I just don't remember at what age you said they were kidnapped. Did you say as children, or did you say as, like, young adults in their teens or something? I don't remember what you said. It would be interesting if Mothra was there for her entire life. Like, the moment she was adopted as a baby, she was immediately put into this program or something as kids. Okay. So decade and a half, depending on age ranges for these characters being trapped here. And hell, maybe even 2 decades for some of them. Like, if you kidnap a 7-year-old and he's 25 now, that's like 2 decades. Really touching stuff, right, Marill? You agree, right? Look at that look on your face. You're really vibing with the positivity in these conversations. Anyway, yeah. There's a pitfall here. There's something that could create issues in terms of writing, is that like, it's a trap that I have fallen for like a lot of times in my early years of writing, is like making things overwhelmingly miserable is sometimes really hard as an artist to work with and as a reader to get through. Like, you want to go for the most dramatic feeling, you want to have the biggest gut punch, but like, you also want it to be a way that flows, that creates other things to happen, and that like a reader will get through. I remember the earliest stories I wrote were just like, torture porn gives off the wrong vibe, but it was very much just like any and everything that can go wrong for this character has gone dramatically wrong. And like there was nothing like, if I went back to that story now, I would have to lower the shit my character went through to make anything of that story, because it's just overwhelming. I was about to say I need to find a way to make some areas happier. It's not even necessarily you need to find a ways to make things happier, but like, I mean, well, yeah, that too. But like, there's also just this concept of like, these characters have been experimented on, pricked, poked, burned, stabbed, manipulated, horrifyingly, painfully, genetically altered at the molecular level, given this life they don't want, these powers they don't want, removed from families they miss. It's very heavy stuff. And that they're there for fucking 20 years is like it's a fuck ton. That's fucking heavy. Oh my god. James, he needs to watch Trigun. James, feel me on this. He needs to watch Trigun. He might need to watch Trigun before he finishes Soul Eater. Oh my god, he needs to watch Trigun. Vash the Stampede, he needs to watch it. I don't know if you've seen that, James. If you've seen that, I bet you feel me on that one. Anyway, we'll get back to that in a second. Sorry, man, never watched Trigun? Alright, well, I'll stand on this one on my own then. No worries, James. Shandy, I'm not kidding. You should watch Trigun next. And I'm not saying this like, oh, Gurren Lagann is so good, it's so peak. I mean, from a point of being inspired, you should watch Trigun. And I'll leave it at that. You definitely don't want to make it all depressing, otherwise the pacing will get stale. Like, don't have the atmosphere always be depressing. Right, and that's where kind of the funnier, I don't know how to conform to society moments will come from. I am, like, not so much concerned about creating lighter, happier moments. My anxiety from my own personal experience comes from the shit being too heavy for a reader or even as an author to like work with, because it's just too much. And I like, yeah, man. So these people were stolen as children. They were ripped away from loving families, happy homes, childhoods, thrown into labs and cells and cages, and they were experimented on in painful, horrible ways that alter their DNA, and like they're forced to become strong and fight and build up. But like, if they're being experimented on for 20 years, it's just, there's a lot of questions that raise, like, what were the experiments like before these successes? Why do they still need to be sheltered and experimented on after 20 years of this stuff? Won't they be finished at some point? Like, at some point it would either fail or they'd be done being experimented on. Maybe they're being kept around to create more experiments. Does that mean there's constantly more people coming into this facility being stolen? They die because the experiment failed, and then more people come in and they have to deal with the guilt that it's their DNA, it's their bodies that are being used to kill these people. Like, it's so much. It's so much. And then you're like, your concept for the story is that these people go out and try to reintegrate into society. Fucking wow. That's a lot of very heavy stuff. If the core concept is trying to fit in. You know what I mean? Like, trying to overcome all of that. We talked about the North Star, the guiding force of the entire story, and you've made it clear you want it to be this trauma. If this is the level that the trauma is going to get to, there needs to be a secondary force that dictates the flow of the story. Okay, so our theme is the blockades that trauma creates and how we overcome them to blend in with others in society. Now we need a force that drives the plot, that makes things go from A to B to C to D to E. I'm sorry, I just missed your message. The game starts depressing, becomes more hopeful up until the end of Act 1, where the depressing moment hits harder because the atmosphere went back to being sad. Yeah, you gave your characters a moment of happiness and then ripped it away from them. Yep. I know that concept all too well. I've used it many a time. I've done that plenty. I know how effective that shit can be. Okay, let's see. When you said that's heavy, is it like maybe this is getting to become too much, or this is a cool but sad kind of heavy? It's a little bit of both. What I'm saying is you're walking a thin line. As somebody who has put his characters through a ton of shit, I can tell you once they're like, the more baggage you give a character, the harder it is to write with them. Like, these characters have gone through like horrendous shit. Like, we're talking about, like, I'm gonna create a worst case scenario. We might not be there, but like, we're approaching a point of levels of trauma that these people like wouldn't be able like to do anything that they do. They wouldn't have the mental fortitude to escape like they did. And if they did escape, they would get caught, found out immediately, which can be the driving point of the plot. Remember them working with that evil character who knows their secrets? He can be the guy that spots them immediately, kind of lets them get to some level of safety, and then swoops in for the, like within like the first, if we're doing a web series or something within the first episode or two, this character swoops in and it's like, yeah, you guys are going to come work with me or I'm going to put you right back in those fucking cages. Because we know the truth and the world wants you. The world wants the freaks that broke out of that guy's prison and they want to use you for our benefit. I'm not saying you're in any one place yet, but you're walking a thin line. As one that I've walked, it is because what ends up happening is that it's going to be less about what the story can do. Like you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my read on the situation is that you want to tell a story not just about showing characters in really traumatic events, but you want to show these characters overcoming that and becoming better than the things they've gone through. I think that's the vibe you're going with. The more shit you throw on their plate, the closer you're getting to a story that can't be much more than like, I'm torturing my characters. And like I said, I've written those stories before. That is not an encounter. I've written those stories before, but it's something you gotta be careful with, and I'm telling you, once it gets to too much, it's something you really can't do anything else with, because they're just too broken. And maybe you know what? Maybe that can be the whole point. When everyone thinks that they're too broken to accomplish anything, they can still rise above it regardless. You know what I mean? Like you can lead, like, maybe that can be your point. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying, is that there needs to be a secondary concept that helps drive this story forward. It can't just be, I want to show my characters being brutalized beyond what any human being in history should ever go through. So there's a little nugget to sleep on, is there's something else to the theme and the vibe of your story that is going to drive this away from just being the worst. Like, these, not the worst in terms of a bad story, but the worst in, like, oh my fucking god, these poor characters their souls have died decades ago kind of story. It's the shift in tone that keeps a story interesting. And there's ways to, like, roller coaster it around, right? You can have moments of really high highs and then swing into low lows and go dip down and back up, up and down. You know what I mean? There's ways to seesaw the story vibes. It is those shifts that create, like, there's a concept that's like, not every day can be super happy and awesome. You have to struggle. You have to feel burdens and stress and sadness, so that when you are up and happy, it feels that much better. And stories work very similarly. Like, if it's super sad all the fucking time, then that doesn't hit as hard than if these characters have these moments of victory, of happiness, of genuine satisfaction, that if you're a piece of shit writer like I am, you grab them and rip it away from them immediately. You don't want them to have it too long. If you're like me, it's like, all right, you've been happy long enough. Gimme. That character's dying, and maybe those two as well. You know what I mean? That's the kind of writer I am. I'm fucked up for it, but that's the kind of shit I do. My fucking story has that shit all over it. And I let my main character be happy for quite a while. I give him stuff to worry about in the midsection, but I want that connection he forms to the characters that die to be deep. Deep. You know what? I'm gonna commit to it. I'm gonna put some notes together, and the next time I do one of these longer live shiny hunting live streams, I don't know if it'll be the one I do on Saturday, if I do one on Saturday, because I'll probably be just in kind of like a nothing burger kind of mood. But the next time I'm gonna sit down and do like a 4 or 5 hour shiny hunt, I'm gonna have a bunch of notes prepared on like what I want to talk about in terms of my story. I'm gonna make that shit happen. I don't want my story to be in the category of, oh, this is just an emo Wattpad story. Yes. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, that like the more I hear about it, it's like, it's getting there. But like I said, is that can be the driving force, that can be one of the driving forces of your story, is like, yes, these characters have been through things that you as a reader think are impossible to overcome, and yet my characters are going to overcome it. You just got, whatever you end up doing is gotta be well thought out. That's my opinion. I think you can do just about anything with any story as long as what you're doing is well thought out. There's gotta be like a nugget of, oh fuck yeah, to whatever you're doing. It can't just be like, oh, I want this to happen, so it's gonna happen. And it's gonna come across as like, But yes, that's, yeah. I've written a handful of stories like that, and it's just there's nothing else to do with them. It's just sad the whole time. I learned through writing them that, like, oh, it feels way worse to kick them when they're up. It feels way worse. As an author and as a reader, it feels way more pungent. Yeah. I'll give it away. So I mentioned in my story that, like, I haven't really gone into the specifics of my story, but, like, as we know, my main character, Vincent, comes from a powerful family of warriors. And in my story, sort of similar to Shandy's now that I think about it, there is going to be, like, a world war going on. And one of the things that's going to happen to our main character, Vincent, is he is going to be kidnapped, taken away from his side of the planet, transported to the other side of the planet, and then, without giving away too much of the plot of my story, he's going to be, like, abandoned he's going to be lost in the wilderness. Instead of like joining up with any side, he's going to be lost in the wilderness. And during his time in the wilderness, he will eventually find his way in a nondescript. So it's like, let me put it to you in World War II terms. Essentially, imagine that a boy in America is, like, captured by the Germans, and he's been transported to Germany. Along the way to Germany, he like maybe escapes or breaks out or something, and the British find him and are like, okay, well, now you're gonna fight for us instead of for the Germans. You're gonna keep fighting the Germans, but you're not with the Americans anymore, you're with us now. That's gonna happen to Vincent. While he does that, he's gonna find a lot of great friends, spend many years fighting on this team with them. They're gonna become a very well-renowned team, and all of them except for Vincent are going to die. All of them except for Vincent are going to die right in front of his eyes, holding one of them in his arms as they lose their life. You build them up and you kick them down. He's going to be very happy with these people up until they die. And there's a lot more under the hood about why that hurts extra, but just that's the surface level idea that I have. Showing the true horrors of trauma you're trying to show is something that elevates it from being emo. Exactly, yes. Not just the, oh, look at all this pain, but like how these characters hold that in their hearts, how it affects their actions, and what it looks like to overcome that. It is tricky to pull off. I agree. It's not easy, but it is doable with enough forethought. There's a short film, Opal, that's really good. All right. Is that I think you were talking about DMing him a short story for him to watch or read, and I guess that's what you're referring to. Like, I want to ask the question of, is my story at least interesting and unique? Yeah, I think so. And like I said, you're in the very conceptual stages of it. Also, yeah, we're probably past the point of this story being anything remotely similar to a slice of life. There's probably no chance it's anything like a slice of life story. Like if it's gonna be dealing with it, like it's kind of weighed upon me, like the level of shit we're gonna do with this. We're gonna do with this. You are going to do with this, and possibly come to me as a soundboard. But this is going to be a lot heavier than something that can facilitate Saturday morning cartoon kind of vibe. The plot is going to have to keep moving forward. The characters can do awkward, silly, funny stuff, and it still be kind of lighthearted in certain areas. But like, there's just no way this can be fucking My Ordinary Life or something. I love that show. It can't be. I've come to realize that. Like I said, remember, for example, last night, I thought making it a comedy slice of life basis show was a smart idea. Now, today, I'm like, fuck, that's a horrible idea. You gotta let shit stew. You gotta let shit stew. Stew. I really just want to make a story I enjoy and show it off. Then it's just, I mean, I assume the audience is fans of psychological horror and emotionally heavy. I imagine it's in the upper end of young adult and just all of adult in general. Like I assume the story you're writing probably isn't tailored towards young teenagers, but probably suited for like starting at 15 years old if you've got a good head on your shoulders. Like the age range I would put this book is like 15 and up. Maybe not even, actually, depending on how graphic you get with the details of the experimentation, it probably pushes it to like 18. But yeah, there's a lot of, damn, I've got some more juice. Man, this is like revitalized me. I got some gas in the tank. I'm not ready for bed yet. Mama, I don't want to go to sleep. And so I won't. What, I gotta sit in a car for an hour tomorrow morning? That's fine. Yeah, maybe in the car ride I'll start jotting down some of the story stuff I want to talk about today. What I'm probably going to end up doing is I'm going to have a short little blurb about some of the themes and the quote-unquote morals of the story, those guiding forces I was talking about earlier, as well as just kind of give a very vague breakdown of the general. I know how my story gets from A to Z. I need to start working on filling out the whole alphabet. I know how my story starts. I know a good amount of the letters in the middle, and I know how my story ends. I gotta work on the finer details. I need to get from letter B to letter F. I need to make C, D, and E. So I'll give a very vague breakdown of getting from A to Z. And I say very vague, but like, it's gonna be a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Like, if I were gonna make an anime about this, it would be like a 6-season anime kind of thing. Like, there would be a lot that happens. And maybe when I break it down, you won't see it that way. But, like, I'm thinking, like, I would not compare myself in quality this way, but in terms of, like, length and depth of detail, I'm thinking, like, Attack on Titan length. I'm comparing it to Attack on Titan in terms of, like, how I envision the length of my show. I mean, James, I mean this the nicest way to both of you. With all of the shit his characters are going to go through, there's no fucking way this story has mass appeal. There's no way this is going to be something you give to children. There's no way that, like, casual readers, not even casual readers, probably casual readers, but there's no way that fucking, like, you know what I mean? And in a good way, I don't think this is a mass appeal. I fucking, like, for example, Evangelion is a show I would literally never suggest to my little sister. I would never even dream of being like, yeah, it's a show you need to watch. It's a good show. If she comes to me and is like, hey, what do you think about Evangelion? I'm like, oh, it's a lot. It's a really heavy show. It's not made for everybody. And it's fine to have a story not made for everybody. Hell, I don't even think my story would be made for everybody. But yeah, no, there's no fucking way this story is a mass appeal kind of story, man. Whoo, boy. Yeah, that super palatable story about how children are tortured for 20 years into becoming bug people with superpowers to be used as a tool against the war that's bound to happen around them, and they don't get to know anything about it because they're trapped inside a facility for 20 years as experiments. Yeah, that's a mass appeal story. That's doing gangbusters on every platform. Like, everyone will love this. The niche stuff is sick as fuck. The stuff that only the people who like it are gonna like, they're gonna eat it up. Right, I'm probably saying the wrong words, but I mean the same thing, James. Like, this is not like, you know what I mean? Oh, you like Full Metal Alchemist? Watch this. Yeah. Oh, hang on a second. Whoa. maybe not. Oh man, Fullmetal Alchemist wasn't the best example of an anime to use there, but you get my point. What if it's fucking like My Ordinary Life? We'll watch this next. The story's core concept is my own trauma and how I've had to overcome it. Obviously exaggerated, but the core concept. Exactly, and I want to hold to that. Like, you want to use the trauma you felt and how you've worked to overcome it, and use your characters as a means of not only exploring that further for yourself, but to exemplify what you had to do to get over your own mental blocks. Like, that's definitely like the core of the story. That is like the thing. Yeah, like how Dead Space went from survivor horror to co-op, and yeah, exactly. Exactly. You lose what makes it special when you try to appeal to everybody. And that is what's wrong with the entire gaming industry, but that's a different topic entirely. We're focusing on this. Point is, yeah, at the core of the story, it's going to be like the trauma, and that's the important part you want to express. And as you've expressed, you don't want it to just be, look at all this trauma, look at the horrible things my characters go through. You want to make a larger point about it, that's what makes a story. So that's good. It's great. Ooh. They really did just fuck up Dead Space, huh? I kind of forgot about that. They definitely fucked that shit up big time. You know what? That right there, y'all can't hear it. That is the first time the Pachirisu cry has annoyed me. This entire, out of 11,000 encounters, that is the first time Pachirisu making a noise has been like, oh, I didn't like that. It's usually the Marill and the Kadabra, and I usually just start toning it out and talk, but that's the first time I went, oh, Pachirisu, shut the fuck up. Oh, man. Encounter 199-10996 was the encounter I started to hate Joseph. That's funny. Here we are. We're almost to 11K, people. Whoever bet we would get a shiny before 11K, you're about to eat your heart out. Because it's going to happen on exactly 11K. Not before. Not after. Right now. Fuck. I know. It's always this is the one. You gotta think about it every time in the back of your mind. Hey, look, we're only 1,100 away from 11111 encounters. That's my next mental milestone. Not the one we're gonna hit tonight. Probably not. Maybe. It's only 10 o'clock. I could do another 100 encounters. We'll see. I'm not gonna conscribe myself to it. I'm conscribing myself to 11 p.m. and possibly before if I feel like it. I'm currently at the point where I'm like, you know what? This stream's been long enough. I can end whenever I want. But I don't really want to end yet, so we won't. I don't know if I should kill off Mothra. I was going to, but like you said, that's just a whole other layer for the characters, especially the love interest in the main character, Mantis. See, that's the... give me a second. I understand that thought. It's a fine thought to have. He mentioned before he kind of liked the idea of like a moth being drawn to a flame and then it burn itself up. Kind of making metaphors for the bugs themselves as well. Which I think is a cool concept. Because it's going to come at a point where you're like... You don't realize the impact of those connections. Like you might see it in other characters, and then your character Mothra, on a much lighter, less intense series, is like, oh, she's attracted to things, she gets excited about things, and is curious about things, and it's going to be the aspect of her character that gets her killed. Like that's an intriguing thing. That's an intriguing depth development for that character. And yes, it is going to hurt your characters more. I was more so worried from a groundwork perspective. I think it's fine to keep hurting your characters. As I've said, my character is going to go through some fucked up shit, and it's going to keep happening to him. And that is the point of the story, and we'll talk about that next time. But point is, it's fine to continue hurting your characters, but if they're starting on a basis of, like, literal hell, it's going to be really hard to navigate them forward past it without constantly having a driving force that pushes them in directions and forcing them to be reactive. And you want your characters to be both proactive and reactive. And they're going to be, especially with the groundwork we've laid on the story, that you have laid on the story so far, they're going to be very reactive in the early parts of the show. They're going to be very reactive to everything because they just don't fucking know anything. They don't know anything at all. 11011. What is that in binary? That is 1 3. Wait, hold on. Let me go backwards. 16 plus 8 is 24. 25, 26, 27. That's 27 in binary. Okay. And now it's not binary. Yeah, guys, what did y'all think about my 27th encounter of the run? That was crazy, right? That thing that just happened like 5 seconds ago? No, yeah, I get the concept of killing off Mothra, and I actually, like, I don't, like, it. Again, your story, do with it what you want, but, like, I don't think you need to be afraid to continue these characters' hardships. Like, they don't need to escape this facility, and then it's fucking la-di-da-tea time afterwards, and all of the misery comes from learning about these characters' horrible experience. You can give them present trials to overcome. As a matter of fact, you should give them trials to overcome in the present, not just overcoming the past. Because it is those troubles with the present that is going to inform the past. Getting over stuff that's happening to them in the present is going to prove that they've overcome the stuff in the past, or reinforce the idea that the stuff in the past is still affecting them. So you need to give them struggles in the present. And I think trying to overcome the death of one of the integral team members is going to be a great way to show that. It's going to be harder for some characters who are just going to completely fucking abandon the group. It's going to be maybe a little easier for some characters. I imagine there's going to be a character who wears a brave face and tries to get everybody to stay together, and then is going to go into the quiet of their room and fucking entirely break down. Mothra was made to die. Hey, I got some characters like that. I got a character or two like that. Maybe like 10 of them. I got a lot. I got some characters like that. Wait, let me count. Right now, not that their primary tool in the story is that they're going to die, but like,
it has been far too long.
Oh, it has been far too long, hasn't it, Xehanort? Yeah, there's about 9 or 10 characters who, like, have very important deaths in my story. that will dramatically impact the protagonist. Yeah, it's about 10. It's about 10. Depending on how I want certain fight scenes to go, it might be more than that. But right now, I think the number is like either anywhere from 9 to 11. Uh-oh, now my channel's canceled. But yeah, my at the end of the day, my point is, I'll just reiterate, like, yeah, I think having that be like, you should work to make her accomplish more than that in her group. She should be more dynamic than just a pawn that's going to die eventually. And I'm sure you will, but like, don't run into the problem of like knowing she's gonna die and not really interested in the other aspects of her character. Give us a reason to really not want her to die and be like, that's the interesting thing about causing pain in stories, is that you're not just trying to hurt the characters, you're trying to hurt the reader too. So give us a reason to really not want Mothra to die. And that will make shit hurt. Because we will be hurting with the characters. And that shit is when it really sticks. Because it's not just, oh, my favorite character in the story is not going to be in the story anymore. It's, oh my god, I have to watch all of these guys fucking cry about her. This, in a good way, this sucks. You want that. You want that this sucks feeling. Especially with the kind of dramatic, heavy-handed pain you're giving the characters and the readers in the story. I've been focusing a lot on her. Dude! I so fucking feel you on that. My favorite characters in the entire story are the 5 characters that I made to die. On concept, they were characters I'm like, these are the characters I'm killing off to make Vincent's pain that much more unbearable. We just, you know what, we'll keep listening to Kingdom Hearts music, I don't care. And those 5 characters became my favorites. Oleana, Sema, Bruce, Willis, and what's the last one's name? I don't even remember the name I gave her. Shit, I'm gonna have to find those old notes. Point is, those are my 5 favorite characters in the story. I'm gonna kill them all off at the same time. Like, oh fuck! I like them so much. I don't want to do that. But you know what? I gotta do it. It serves every aspect of the story too much for me to not do it. I've even played around with the idea of bringing them back somehow. I've had some headcanon stuff where I pull a somehow Palpatine returns because I like those characters so much. But to be honest with you, it's probably not going to pan out. Like, there's some supernatural forces at play that could make it happen, but it also might make things feel cheap. You know? Maybe... Oh, fuck. Oh my god. What? I just had a horrifying thought. So these 5 characters I just mentioned that they're gonna die. I've had this headcanon where, without explaining too much of my story, because I want to reveal it all in sequence when I tell it to y'all later, there is a way that they could possibly not have died and be brought back to life. And it's such a cheap thing to say this. What if it was a dream? What if it's one episode that you don't know it's a dream, and at the end of it, right when Vincent is at his happiest, reuniting with his lost friends that he misses all the time, that this episode reinforces that Vincent is thinking about it even towards the very, very end of this story, when far more important things are happening, he is still plagued. And that'll be the worst part of it, is that it's not just going to be some, like, Vincent wakes up in the morning, it's like, oh my god, what a horrible dream. He's going to wake up and be like, oh god, I had that fucking dream again. How many times has it been this month? Is that the 5th one I've had this month? Cool. That's lower than usual. He's going to have that kind of response to it, and that is going to burn your viewers. Oh my god, that's such a brilliantly evil idea. Oh fuck. Oh, that's so horrible. I get to have my cake and eat it too. I get to do what I want, which is to play with those characters more, but I get to keep them dead, and I get to make it hurt so much. Because the misery isn't going to come from how awful that is. The misery is going to come from that's just normal for Vincent. To be haunted by that. Oh, that's so fucking good. Oh, I'm so, like, you know me, I gotta let myself stew on that, but I'm almost certain that's an idea I love to death. Sometimes you know when you hit peak. Sometimes you know a song is your new favorite song in the first 5 seconds. Sometimes you know an idea is just gonna resonate forever. Sometimes you just know. Dream Theory Matt Pat would be happy. True. Oh man. I'm only just now remembering other things that have happened for my story at passing. Nice. I love Draga memories. Oh yeah, Shady got a new crush. Fucking Misato, watch out, Mothra's here. And guess what? The age gap is even smaller. Oh man. Give me a second, I just watched my camera go out of focus and I can't have that. It's probably been happening all night, but better late than never, huh? Like, I am actually getting to the point where I'm genuinely shocked that, like, seriously, 11,000 encounters and not one shiny. Like, it's actually, like, that's a lot, man. Like, obviously, it's just odds, it's statistics, it's, we're working within the RNG lines of the code and probably missing out on opportunities we would have had to find a shiny at this many encounters if we weren't rappelling past so many of them. But, like, golly, man, wow. Like, this is crazy. You know what I'm gonna do that I just thought about? This is what I do every time when I decide the best way to find out how I'm gonna do my shiny hunts. I'm going to find people's reactions online to finding a shiny Marill in black and white. Pokemon Black, shiny Marill, reaction. Typing in all caps. Dude, this is more, oh my gosh. Oh, wait a minute. Shiny Marill after 94 soft resets. A live reaction from a VTuber. Where the fuck is he? He's in like a den. Is there a static encounter? No fucking way. Is there a static encounter for Marill? Is there a fucking static encounter for Marill? Oh, he's playing a ROM hack. Oh my god. Oh, I almost lost my shit. Oh my god, I actually almost went crazy. There's a static encounter for a Marill in Pokemon Blaze Black 2. Oh my god. I almost went to Nirvana. Oh my god. That's fine, I need to be brought back down to earth. I'm seeing another method that looks interesting as well. He's dual encountering a Marill and a Psyduck and a Golduck. And then this guy's doing what I thought I'd be doing, which is surfing. Or no, he's not. No, he's doing the same thing. Okay, so whatever I did, I'm probably doing it wrong. Oh, that's so interesting. Okay. He's encountering it in a route that has Psyducks and other Golducks and other shit in it. Alright, stop with all the preamble, stop the cap, bro. Oh, he didn't record before. Maybe he records after. Okay, 74 and 53, so it's not any repel manipulation. Making sure I'm not missing anything in chat while I do this. Let's see. The Aqua Mouse. It's all, I'm not listening to any of the volume, but it's all like, oh my god. Oh, that's so fucking far in the game. That's the route right before you go to the fucking Elite Four, dude. Are you serious? Oh no. That's the route after the 8th gym. Am I gonna have to play the entire game? Let's see. Because I thought I found the best encounter route for Marill, but this might be better. If it's a higher chance of finding it, I'll do it. I've found multiple videos where guys are doing this after a very small amount of resets. Why did it put me here? I wish I could make a design for these characters, but I don't know a good way of doing it. I don't know, just kind of draw. You can be shit at art and still make something that conveys your concepts. Like, it doesn't have to look exactly like it looks in your head, but you can, like, be like, oh yeah, so this is his, like, big orange coat that has big, like, neck collar and, you know, Like you can come up with the core concepts and then just use verbiage to explain. All right, so let's look up Marill. Let's look up his black 2, white 2 encounters. Village Bridge, that's not it. That's where I was gonna go. I was gonna do it at Village Bridge, because that was one of the earliest places to find it with the highest odds of finding it. I was gonna go to Village Bridge. Coming from a designer, you never get what you envision in your brain 100%. And this is a guy who's good as fucking art telling you that. So like, you should still get as close as possible. Yeah, but like, I mean, fuck it. Like, when I make the designs for my characters, I seriously am like drawing stick figures and putting big coats on stick figures. I'm drawing like a 5-year-old, but it's enough to convey the concept of like, this is what my character looks like. This is kind of what he wears. Here's his visually distinctive features on his face. This is what matters. And you know, it'll be a little bit more impressive than I'm describing, but like, you know, at the end of the day, it's really not gonna put that much work into it. It's not literally Victory Road, is it? It's not Victory Road. Abundant Shrine, Pinwheel Forest, Relic Passage, Route 20, Floessi Ranch. When the hell can you find us at Floessi Ranch? Ah, and Rippling Waters. That's the thing I want to avoid. Yeah, we want to avoid the Rippling Waters. That's the ADHD you knew, Chris? Yeah, for damn sure, brother, for damn sure. It ain't no Route 6. It's probably not no Route 11. What fucking route is he on? It'll tell me when he looks at the status. It'll tell me when he looks at the status. Because I thought it was a different route. Route 22. He's doing it at Route 22. Target identified. Honing in on Route 22. Cool. Let's see. Because this might dramatically change the way how I feel about shiny hunting. Okay, let's see. It's still 10%. And Rustling Grass is a 5% Azumarill encounter. I guess the concept is that you're gonna find 2 Pokemon in the Rustling Grass? Let me listen to this guy talk. I wonder what he means by the RE. Oh, it might be with Shiny Charm. Forgot that's in these games. Maybe Mantis's name will be Ash. Not sure. That's kind of cool. Okay, well this guy got it in 15,000 REs. So, where is he doing these? It's on the left screen. Where is he? Sorry, we're multitasking right now. I've got retention to do both of all the things that I'm doing. So I think that is on. Let me look back. That might be the same. That might also be Route 22. That kind of looks like that section. A little bummed that couldn't have been a Vulpix. Yeah, he's just looking for whatever. That's the problem, is a lot of these videos are kind of just looking for whatever, and they're getting Marill. That's the real problem. So that's the same problem we have in all of these, is that it's just people who get the Marill by coincidence, rather than people who are actively hunting it like I am. Like, they're just there looking for fucking whatever shows up. And then it's, oh my god, it's Marill, shiny Marill, wow, cool, great. Nah, my plans are far more ambitious. This guy, I already watched that guy's video. He's doing fucking Blaze Black. This guy's doing it on Route 11. His audio mixing is somehow worse than mine. That's crazy. I thought you'd name Mothra Ash because moth to a flame. That was a thought that came to my mind too. It connected Ash and Mothra together. Yeah, is this the guy that was still on route? Fucking... Where the hell are you? Where the hell is this guy? What is this? I feel like I've never even seen this route before. Yeah, I don't need this video fucking running at 1080p right now. Just go to 144. Just load it quickly, please. I'm begging you. Oh my god, is my Wi-Fi doing the thing where it shits its pants? Oh, he's not looking at its summary. Well, he does say Route 11. Never mind. What am I doing? He said Route 11 in the title of the video. If I remember correctly, that's still like a stupid fucking low encounter rate. Matter of fact, it looks like it doesn't even come from the grass. It's like it's surfing. Oh, black 2, white 2. Here we go. Marill is a 10% encounter in dark grass. Yeah, and there, it looks like there's just about no way to manipulate it because he is level 40 in that grass. There's a slight way to manipulate it in tall rustling grass, though. It's an 80% chance to encounter Audino at level 39, and a 5% chance to encounter Gliscor at level 39. But it does also rustling grass. What the fuck just happened? Why is there a Scyther on my screen? I guess my repel ran out and I didn't notice. Interesting. The pains of multitasking. At least I didn't get so far gone that I didn't notice what I was encountering. Yeah, it looks like... Damn. Let me go see Route 6 again. Because if I can repel manipulate like I am in this game, then that's chill. He's level 25. There's 2 level 26s with higher odds. Another 26, another 26. Yeah, shit's cooked. Route 6 ain't gonna be it. He's also one of the lowest level encounters in the Shake in dark grass. So that ain't gonna be it either. Let's go back and look at 22 with repel manipulating in mind. A 10% chance. Wait a second. He's only whoa. He is only one of 2 possible encounters at level 47 in dark grass. So if I have a level 47 Pokemon and I repel manip, it'll be, I think that translates to a 5. It's some ridiculously low percent, or it's a high percent. I mean. There's a 10% chance for Marill and a 25% chance for Mienfoo, and both of them appear at either level 45 or level 47, which means that might be the new best place to go. It might be... I'd have to see how repel manipping works in dark grass and how it interacts with double battles. But even if I'm just guaranteeing either a Mienfoo or a Marill, I'm chill with that. It's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be way different. Yeah, the rustling grass is just, that's too morally compromised. That shit is cooked. And if I ever get bored, I can also go in the water in the same route. It's a 30% chance to encounter Marill while surfing, and a 65% chance to either encounter Marill or Azumarill in rippling water. So I can always keep it. You know what? We might be doing it on Route 22 instead of Village Bridge. Let me go take one last look at Village Bridge. Because did I come to the same conclusion in the I know there's grass there. In the grass, nah, there's 2 level 39s, and yeah, there's no repel manip in the grass. In the dark grass, it's the same situation. in the rustling grass, it's the same situation, and you don't want to rely on rustling grass. And surfing is the same situation. So yeah, we're gonna do a repel manip on Route 22. I just changed my mind on that. And that is towards the very end of the game, but you know what? We do what we gotta do. The only regret I have about that is that it is going to be, what do you call it? That it's gonna be black 2 instead of black or white. Because I like the story in the original games better, but it's completely fine. I've also played Black 2 more recently than the originals, so that is what it is. Since your MC is Mantis specifically, why not look for a name that literally, or literal word that means profit? Okay. I kind of teased that I thought about some more ideas and just left it in the dust. I thought about making the scientist put bug DNA into himself as a safe measure against the main cast since they escaped, and he suspects some of them some type of counterattack. Thought maybe he would put a cicada DNA in himself. Cicadas symbolize rebirth, transformation, resurrection, and immortality. That's pretty dope. Mantis is Latin for prophet, and the insect is called that because the pose looks like someone praying. Or maybe he's like, maybe another angle is like less about a prophet and more about like a devout follower. Not necessarily, it doesn't have to be a concrete belief in a higher power or something, but it can just be like he's the kind of person who feels like everything's just gonna work out. He's the confident, maybe not even, confident might not be the right word, but like, the song is, I'm gonna skip this song. It's a little crazy for the moments. I can't think while listening to that song right now. And I don't like this one either. I like it, but like, we've heard it too much recently. He might be like, he has a belief that everything's gonna turn out okay. He has a confident belief that like things are gonna turn out okay no matter how dark they seem, which is an epic thing to do for a character who is in love with the girl who is going to die. Bang. Look at that. Intrigue, well thought out, multiple directions. Look at that. That's gangbusters right there. Look, all I'm asking is you put me in the thank you page. I don't need to be in the credits, but I want to be in the like, I want to thank my parents. I want to thank Seabass223, the streamer who helped me. I want to be in the thank you line. That's all I ask. Yeah, so fuck Village Bridge. Route 22 seems way cooler. Because I can repel at level 42 and guarantee an encounter with MARILL or Mienfu. And then, if I ever get bored of that, just hop in the water and see what happens. Wait, can I do that in the normal grass? Oh, I can do it in both kinds of grass. Oh, that's interesting. It's different levels. Maybe I have two Pokemon. Maybe I have a level 42, I have a level 47, and then we go Soifin. Goddamn Basculegion ruins... not Basculegion. Basculin wasn't a thing. Basculegion wasn't a thing in these games. Fucking Basculin ruins everything, dude. There's a 70% chance to encounter Basculin while surfing on these routes. What the fuck, man? That is bullshit. I just want my MARILL, man. It's a fucking... It's a 70-30 split? Dude. It's fucked. I'll put and thanks to the unemployed guy. Oh yeah, keep me anonymous. Keep the mystique alive. Keep me mysterious and unknown. Yeah, man. Definitely won't write a hit piece about it or anything. But that's legit as fuck. That's sick. I just found that out. That probably Route 22 is the best way to go for this upcoming. It looks like it's gonna be for every 5 encounters, 2 of them will be Marill and 3 of them will be Mienfu. No, for every 7 encounters, 2 of them will be Marill and 5 of them will be Mienfu. And if you're like, that sounds horrible, that's an improvement off of what I thought it was gonna be. You know what I mean? Like, that's way better news than I thought I was gonna have for this game. That's an improvement. And that's gonna be the same case if I go to the Dark Grass. Shit's just fucked with this Pokemon, man. I guess I can always keep looking at the other routes as well. It's also like the Pinwheel Forest. Let's see what's going on in Pinwheel Forest. Wait, what is Pinwheel Forest? There's a forest in Unova which lies between cities. Oh, it's just a normal route. I was worried it was like the White Forest or whatever. Thought it was like an endgame thing. Is this fishing specific? No, this is still black and white encounter table. There's Marill at the 30% encounter with Surf. Yeah, poop and cock. Do you think having Mantis move on past Mothra's death is good or bad? I don't mean right away, but like by the end of the story, it's a good thing. Especially how it falls in line with your story, wanting to be about overcoming trauma and, rising above it. You definitely should have your characters overcome the bad things that happen to them. That's for damn sure. Damn it, this is a fucking level 34 Marill and a 36 route. What a fucking chump. Ugh. So many Pokemon just fucking ruin this for Marill, man. They really be hoeing my dog. They really be hoeing my dog. This one, it's only surfing, it looks like. So many opportunities to find Marill in this game, and all of them are shitty encounter sets. Like, it's all bad. Like, every time it's fucking bad. It's bad every time. It depends if you can move past Mothra. So true. You think you got what it takes? Oh, man. I know it's surfing only, but Relic Passage, please have better. Nope. Venus. Venus. Okay, well, this video doesn't need to be playing at 144p. Okay, we'll leave it at that. This is a bass song. I want to do a Full Metal Alchemist where each thing's happened for a reason and sticks with the characters. Yeah, that can definitely happen too, man. Route 20. Is it just surfing? Damn! What is this? Even Azurill gets his chance at the wheel, but it's still the same dog water 30-70 split with Basculin? Basculin might be my new least favorite Pokemon in Gen 5. Fuck Basculin, dude. What a motherfucking piece of shit Pokemon, dude. Also, what's this about the Hidden Grotto? Hidden Grotto. Wait a minute. What? What is this? Hold on. Hidden Grotto is a feature in Black 2 White 2 that allows a player to find a Pokemon within a with hidden abilities or items. The contents of the Hidden Grottos are random, and if they are empty, for every 256 steps, they generally have a 5% chance to regenerate, usually with different content from what's inside on the previous visit. However, this chance can be increased with the various levels of Grotto Pass power. Hidden Grottos will not regenerate unless the items are obtained or the Pokemon is caught or defeated by the player. So there's a 15% chance for a Marill to spawn every 256 steps. Every story should do that. I mean, every story. What do you mean that the stuff sticks with characters? Every story like does do that. You know what I mean? Like, you mean specifically that it has a lasting effect on his life. Like, are you referring specifically to him giving up alchemy to make his shit happen? And you want to translate that energy, not necessarily the same thing where the characters lose their powers, but like that same concept. I wonder about this hidden grotto mechanic. Also, 11111. Yippee. Huzzah. That is 16, 24, 28, 31. This was our 31st encounter. Man, our encounters are slow. We had 27 like an hour ago. I like Mina, for example. From which property? I don't know which Mina you're talking about. I'm gonna see what the concept of shiny hunting in hidden grottos is like. Can you shiny hunt Pokemon from hidden grottos? I want to shiny hunt the hidden grottos, but I'm not sure if I can. I think they're shiny locked. Shiny locks in black too. Zekrom and Reshiram, Ends Pokemon. In short, no, they're locked. Hidden grotto Pokemon. I see. So hidden grotto Pokemon can't even be shiny. Okay. That's good to know. Glad my heart is broken yet again quite early on. Don't let me, like, lean on it for a long time. Mina from Full Metal. The girl who gets turned into a chimera? I don't know who Mina is. Or is Mina the... Is she the mechanic girl from... when... Ed and Al's, like, the girl mechanic, she goes to some place to learn how to work on Full Metal better, and she's like the dark-skinned girl who works there and has her own like fucked up, I think, leg. Is that Mina? Oh, she's a girl that gets fused with the dog. Okay. So this is a conversation about lasting effects your characters have to suffer through. What does that do? What does that relate to Mina specific? I want to hear it in your words, what that means to you about its consequences on the characters. Because I'm trying to gauge how to guide you in the direction you want to head. Okay, so Hidden Grotto, pee-pee poo-poo, cock-sucking, fucking nothing. Yeah, so that's not real. So it's okay. So like I said again, we're just returning back to the concept that a 2 in 7 is our best odds of encountering Marill in all of Generation 5, unless we want to do Azurill encounters, which I can also find that out as well. But if I had to guess, it ain't that much better. Oh, it's 2 places we've already looked. Yeah, it's the 30-70 split on both routes. Yep. So that ain't in the fucking cards. The only other thing I can think of is Azumarill itself. Well, Ed blamed himself for her death, and that stuck with him for a lot of the series. Maybe I'm too eepy to make sense, not sure. I mean, the things that happen to characters should always stick. And I guess you're referring to, like, reminding the viewer. I don't remember Full Metal Alchemist that clearly to remember if Mina gets brought up a lot after it happens. Like, clearly it shapes the thoughts and feelings Ed has, but I feel like they're more internalized rather than referenced and brought up afterwards. Like, it should it has profound effects on how the character acts moving forward. Yeah. A lot of good properties do that shit. I mean, again, Fullmetal Alchemist, like you said, is very good at that, but like, that's a common concept, yeah. All right, we're gonna take one look at Azumarill, and that's gonna be it. It's all of the links for it are purple. Oh my fucking god. Hey, I could have gotten Azumarill encounters in Victory Road in this game. I could have played all the way past all 8 gyms, gotten to Victory Road, and found Azumarill at... Give me a second here, folks. Stay with me. A 30% encounter chance. Wow. Wouldn't that have been awesome? Sorry for not making so much sense. My brain is mush. No worries, you're good. Maybe it's a concept we could talk more about tomorrow. Oh, the live stream's very fun. Yeah, so... Yeah, how dare you not make sense? So anyway, yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like it's gonna be the same gross pot of bullshit for Generation 5. It's just slightly better now that we're doing it on Route 22 instead of on Route Village Bridge. That's not a number, but you know what I mean. Now that I know I can repel it on Route 22, that is quite nice, actually. That is a pretty deep way into the game. It is after the 8th gym. It is, oh my god. You know what? We're gonna play basically all of Black 2. That's awesome. That's gonna take like 3 streams. That's gonna take a long time. Ah, whatever, man. I'm here for it. I gotta play like all of Generation 8 and all of Generation 7 as well, so. It's fine. It's so fine. I'm okay with it. It doesn't bother me at all. God, my voice is fucking so dead. Y'all hear it? Get a Bulbasaur? That hit my monitor and just tilted my camera angle. That's so funny. Oh my god, everything's falling up there. Time to get humid. Let's get humid up in here. You're gonna hang on, right, buddy? Ooh, I'm not gonna be able to move that much. But for the last couple minutes for the stream, we're gonna end soon, folks. I don't know if y'all realize that. Last couple of minutes, I can do this. No, I can't. He literally slip and slide. He slip and he slide. All right, that's good. There we go. Bulbasaur acquired. Best. It's honestly, it's my favorite base form starter ever. I know that's not the most agreed upon take in the universe, but I assume I'm not alone in that thought. Dude, look how many fucking steps we're... Oh my god! This is gonna be the shiny Marill right here. Bulbasaur's about to go flying in 3, 2, 1. That's Kadabra. Yeah, I think it's the best base form. I think it's the best base form starter of all time. No, not final form. I do not feel about Venusaur that I do about Bulbasaur. Not even close. Bulbasaur's sick as fuck though. That's a little dude. That's a little fella. He's a happy little guy. We love him. Oh yeah. Rowlet comes pretty close to me as a favorite base form starter. It's not bald like them. Yeah, they got some bald ass heads. Bulbasaur don't got no hair on top of his head, but at least he got that bulb. He got that bulbous mass to make up for it. So he's all chill. Let's think. I'm like Rowlet comes kind of close as a favorite base form starter for me. I don't think anything really competes with it on that level. I'm trying to go through them all in my head. Chikorita's cool as fuck too. I'm a grass star. I'm a like first forms. I'm a grass starter guy for damn sure. It usually never pans out when they fully evolve, but I like them in their base forms. I picked Chespin. I like Sprigatito, although I picked Quaxley because I wanted to finally gamble on a final evolution, and it went so wrong. Cyndaquil's a very good base. Yeah, Gen 1 and Gen 2 had very, very good base form starters. Generation 3s were really good as well. Hell, Generation 4... Dude, Turtwig's so peak. Generation 4 is really good. I think they start to fall off around Gen 5. Snivy's good. The other two are kind of okay. Oshawot's... the Gen 5 starters are good now that I'm thinking about them. I just have a bad taste in my mouth every time I think about the fact that those Pokemon have to evolve. It's crazy that the super slow firefighting type is the best final evolution in that trio. Like, my god. People hate the fact that they did 3 firefighting starters in a row, yet somehow Pignite ends up being the best by far still. Like, ain't that just fucked up? What do you think about that little Bulbasaur? Good point. Y'all can't hear him because he's implanting his thoughts directly into my brain. He's got his vines tapped directly into my spinal cord, and he's inputting his thoughts and feelings. He really, really, really wants shit to be humid. Well, he's in the right place for it. He's in South Texas. So, or he's in like mid-Texas, close to the coast. He's in the right fucking place for humidity. It's telling you to touch grass. Man, I touched plenty of grass yesterday. Well, I have, what, 2 days to think about the story for next stream? Yeah, you got some time. Do some groundwork. I'll do the same. Go. Yeah, that looks right. They used to do this with little girls. They would have them stack books on their heads. Look what they have to do. They have to train to try and be good at this shit. Come on, man. Oh, never mind. I'm bad at it. Never mind. I get it, girls. I get it, girls. You struggle so much. Alright, 11150. That's gonna be the last encounter. You know what? No. Starting right now, we're gonna do our one more. I'm gonna do one more repel, and then once that repel expires, I'm gonna do one more encounter, and that'll be the last encounter. It'll be a full odds anything. This is the only opportunity per stream that we have to possibly get a shiny that isn't Marill or Kadabra. So if you are the guy who thinks the first shiny is gonna be fucking Scyther, here you go. For the first time, I'm leaving before stream ends, just kind of eepy. Well, I feel the same way, James. I'm not lasting much longer here. Good to see you, brother, as always. Appreciate you sticking around, and I hope you have... Oh, that's not James. Oh, fuck. That's Shandy. Yeah, my bad, bro. I didn't read your name enough. Listen. Whatever. Obviously, I'm also tired. Can you tell? Yeah, sorry, James. What? Alright, this is the one more repel. And once this repel runs out, we'll have one more encounter, and then we will go to bed. And I will end the stream, and it'll be a really good time. This is getting me to focus on the actual game itself far more. I can't look around and do anything else. It's fine, I understand you have favorite mods. Yep. Sorry, bro. I've known James for longer, what can I say? He's an IRL friend of mine since we were fucking, like, 15 years old. It was over 10 years ago I met this guy. Nah, I know. We're just both fucking with each other. I know. You might be too tired to miss those things, but I'm not. Shake Shabbat. Shandy's like my adopted son. No, it's a lot more like a Last of Us situation where like I found this kid crying on the corner and I was like, I'm gonna come help you. We're gonna save you from this nightmare you find yourself in. You're not gonna go through it alone. Oh my god, it was a Scyther encounter. That's kind of crazy. All right, gamers. Let me see if I can do the outro with this guy on my head. Guys, it's been fun. It's been great. It's been very humid. And I had a good time with y'all. This was fun. We will do it again soon. Maybe Saturday, if not, definitely Sunday. I will come back with some more notes about my story so that I can actually finally get it off of my brain and into y'all's brains. I revealed a little bit more of it tonight. So, yeah. I'm gonna sneeze. There's no universe. If I sneeze, does this Bulbasaur stay on my head? Wouldn't it not be the most epic fucking thing if I sneezed and it stayed on my head? Well, that's gonna be locked and cocked until I end stream. I know it. The moment I end stream, I'm gonna have to deal with that, like, agonizing, itching feeling until I end stream. So let me get to that. Folks, it's been fun. It's been a good time. I'll keep you updated about Saturday, James. And until then, gamers, I'll see y'all around. Thanks for sticking around as always. I love doing this. I have a great time with you guys. Peace. Have a good night and sleep well. That is not the end stream.